Try not to be too late this morning. Coffee. The go live button has been pushed. I did not. Actually, no. That joke might be a little dark from right off the bat. How are you doing? Catastros, and obviously Bacon. Well, hello and welcome, friends. Hello, hello. Sir Graves, and a good evening to yourself. What, old friend? Let me just crunk down my
Chaos stack bits.
Chaos! And Kimball! The old school contingent is back! What, oh friends? How are you doing, you lovely mother hubbins? And Vanderbeest, head of House Order. Sorry, and Bacon, thank you for the 200, but no thank you for the 200 you threw in with your beef broccoli nonsense. Oh. The Graves is just saying, remember how he had to isolate in the case of Lady Rona? I need to be something like the mysterious case of Lady Rona and the unwanted surprise. Like, that's the Sherlock Holmes title. Well, if you were isolating, allow me to be something that vaguely resembles good company. And Vanderbeest, thank you for the pint glass. Square Peg, Watto. Kimball's got 500 gig internet. Could you send some over this way? More Len, Watto. And Ikoa. Chaos is coming together. I may yet still have a co-host for today, but they're not here yet. So, just gonna wing it. I've got one game in my back pocket, and I've got a bunch of game news stuff to talk about. If I seem a little, again, glassy-eyed, this morning was a fucking nightmare. I didn't want to talk about it. As I said, I nearly made a very bleak joke in the opening here, and I chose not to. However, instead of looking at what we've lost, it's an important thing to look at what we have. And what we have is a day of maintenance, by which I do not mean technical support of this stream on Twitch.tv. I mean the game, a day of maintenance, which I found out about. Oh, Lord Wiggles, what? I found out about this game like 12 minutes ago. It is, and I quote, an explorative. It would help if I could read the quote. An explorative truck driving interactive fiction game set in the early 2100s with gay robots in it. And in the fucking pitch, it says, and this is one of the best lines I've seen on a store page, it's so long. If you've ever found yourself thinking, I kind of want a technical driving game with a little gay romance in it, but also some discussion of a robot worker consciousness with crane-operated minigames. This game is for you. What? Yes, brilliant. Sign me up. The Graves, it's called A Day of Maintenance. I'll do you one better, because at very least, friends, you can give this a wish list. Because it's only coming out in it's coming out tomorrow. And I don't know about you lot, but this was not on my radar previously. Oh, and Stephagen, what ho, friend? How goes it? So welcome to Chaos Day the 2nd. I have called it that because I have given up any semblance of trying to keep things in a functional and operational manner. I do have one game on the back burner today, which is a wonderful, weird, pastel indie platformer set like, I guess on the edge of space-time? I guess? But, like... Sorry. Couldn't make this shit up. Yeah, sorry, again, I will do my best to stay on track, on topic, and on this plane of reality. Sorry, as I was saying, I've got one interesting indie game. Depending on what we're up to and depending on what people are feeling, I also have a very interesting little indie co-op title that I've been saving. Actually, I should get that installed now while we're having a natter. So, if my glorious co-host does make an arrival, then we will have a choice as to our kind of nonsense. You know what? Actually, I think we'll probably stick with the weird pastel indie. Sorry, I gave you choice, and I took it away. God darn it. You know what? I knew it was only a matter of time. I'm grateful. I'm exceedingly grateful because I have heard... Sorry. Should probably clue you in on the bit. Literally as I went over to Steam to check the thing, this appeared! This is Iron Lung. This is by... is it David Zemansky? And yes, it is a short horror game where you pilot a tiny submarine through an ocean of blood. On an alien moon! Oh, good! Goody! Catastros, thank you kindly for the game. It may be one of my great fears condensed into a tiny game, but I also know it's very good. So, thank you for that. Yeah, this is Iron Lung. Show you a little of... Oh look! Skeletons, and the tiny submarine, and the worst map ever. Oh look, buttons! Can't wait to see which one kills us. Blood Moon! It's gonna be an adventure. Yeah, the perfect game, if you will, Lord Wiggles. But I will say, okay, it's not all been doom and gloom over here. I can't talk about it just yet, but I had a really, really good meeting just before kicking off the day. Thankfully, the person I was talking to was very understanding of when I was like, sorry, I'm going to be 10 minutes late for this call because dogs. And he was like, say no more. That's how you know you want to work with someone. So, we may have a weekly sponsored game again. Remember how we did Rune 2 and we did like a weekly session? There's a potential, nothing's been signed, nothing's been said, that we might have one of those coming up in the future. So it would mean Thursdays would become kind of like a set thing. But one, it's a game that I personally really want to support. Two, if the things that were said in the meeting happen, there's going to be a lot of fun things going on. And yet they will be sponsoring the stream. And while we managed to crawl out of last month, like, we're still not in a good way, so yeah. For those of you, I will say so now, just to quell your disappointment. Sadly, no, it will not be Raid Shadow Legends. They have not reached out, they have not offered me any money. I was a little worried the other day because I was drunk and I typed out, like, I would let anyone sponsor this stream for 100k. And then I realised what that could open up. I realised what that would potentially open up, and that would... yeah. Oh, Aperios is like, let me in! Alright, I'll be back in just a second, friends. My co-host has arrived. I'm going to leave the mic live, though, so you can hear me nattering. Just going to try not to disturb the dogs because they're finally settled. Reinforcements have arrived. And... more donuts! Okay, Poppy's out of here. No, Poppy's out of here. Out of here. Yeah, you... Amos! Amos! Here. Come on, boy. Come on.
River and Amos defend the
I just
house.
walk into the sea. Alright, so... While superstar co-host Imperios says hello to the dogs, and any co-host that brings donuts is a fucking legend. And yet, Bacon, Amos and River defending the house. Oh... On the plus side, there's loads of game news to talk about. Zagraves. No, you are right.
Amos needs his donuts.
No, he bloody doesn't. Burton Steppaget, thank you for the 200. Oh, crap. Dude, did we bring enough Lord Wiggles? Yeah, I mean, Lord Wiggles, there's like 6 donuts here, but I am still a growing boy. So, you know... what kind of donuts? That is an important question. I haven't actually... Yeah. Let's have a look. I know we're getting through the important stuff. Star! How are you doing, friends? Happy Thursday. Watto and welcome. I nearly drank Imperios' coffee. You want donuts as well? Shit, I should make donuts. Star wants... Like, Lord Wiggles is in. Go on, my boy. Star is healing up slowly. Well, I'm glad that you are healing, friend. Broken ankles suck. I got to experience that one. Oh, we have 6 of the classic. Look at them as they shine brightly like the sun. Hell yeah. Oh, and it just makes this whole place smell amazing. Oh no! Star's got the PAX FOMO. It's been a bad morning here, friends. It was not a good morning. So it wasn't so much PAX FOMO that I had, but more like PAX fuck you guys. Which is not a healthy way to be in the slightest. But...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Scooby, Watto, hello.
What hope?
But no, Star, I'm real glad to hear that you're healing up, friend. I really am. So I'm gonna go get another chair. Start packing the spot out. Push me, me soon to be. Let's get cozy. I had grand intentions of getting this space all all cleaned and shiny. It did not happen. It did not happen. Grand intentions. That's the new name of the show, and you'll get to see the rest of the disaster. But as the guest, good sir, and as the one who won't jump up so much, you get. Woo!
I also need to get my glasses. Yeah, this will be awkward.
Amos, out of there. Amos, out of there.
Come on, boy.
Out of the way. Amos!
It's not that exciting. Oh. Apparently it is that exciting. I'm sorry. That could not have been better.
Amos, out of here. I will spray you. I'm trying not to tell these lovely people the horror stories of my morning. But I nearly had... I gave serious consideration to what could only be described as an e-bath bomb.
E-bath bomb?
Yes.
Is that like a ecstasy bath bomb? Trip
Actually,
balls in the tub?
That would be great. Just ignore everything and just go to fucking space. No, I won't get mad at him for his exciting... Amos, out of there!
The one on its side I touched.
Well, it's yours now, you claimed it.
Oh, your cat's not.
Clean up
Oh,
dog vomit.
that's What's going on here? Alright.
Chat wasn't scrolling. Sorry, we're really far behind. I don't know where to talk here. Oh, I guess you just kind of fix it up everywhere. Hello! Hello and welcome.
Out of here, Amos.
I apologize, everybody. I realized I forgot to take my sunglasses off in the car. I'll probably go grab those in a second. I look real suspect.
Now you might have to keep the sus look because now we've got the dogs calm. If you head out and come back in again, the dance begins anew.
Mm-hmm.
So you're just gonna have to look like a shady cyberpunk arms dealer for the rest of the show. Sorry, mate, I don't make the rules.
MDH, so when you don't see me, this is how I normally look.
All those laser cannons just having pictures.
You see me in my like black shirt mode, where I'm just at home. Oh, is it really quiet? Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah, we need the full cyberpunk effect.
Trying to get it all together.
Hey!
Healing.
I might be about to go for some more chill jams. Yeah. Amos! Out of here!
It's the never-ending cycle.
Go, mate.
Well, hello. What's up?
I plead the fifth on that. I'm gonna go wash the dog sick off my hands before I can have a fucking donut. Strager, holy shit, thank you for 1,000. It's... You? Leave it.
So in case anybody didn't figure it out, Amos got a little excited. As it happens. It's weird being on this side of things. You got a lot of Gundam pieces laying here.
Yeah. I had a grand intention of... go lie down. I had a grand intention of finally getting the airbrushing kit behind you started. It was going to be the beginning of actually doing this stuff. But as you can see, I have no fucking life anymore. So I just get to look at the pieces of things I'd love to do. Dream about having time. As a cruel, twisted reminder of happiness. So I'm doing great! Peachy! How are you? No, seriously, thank you for coming around.
Good coffee, good conversation.
That we can do. Now, I had considered doing like a co-op game today, but hopefully Carnage Monster here calms down. But if he doesn't, then I think...
Let's get that health to a nice number.
The Infini-Jarl... sorry, Jarl Infinitus Strager just flexing on people now. Yeah, gotta get that health to a nice number. Is there a 69 in there?
Is there?
I need to see if it catches up. I have to look up. Sorry, you lot. We have to look over here to see if there's a 69 involved. Maybe there was, and it's been thrown off. No, but Straits, that's like $20 in bits there, and bacon and everybody. Thank you. Go lie down. Yeah. All right. Now I can have a donut. Now I can live.
The one with the bite and it's mine.
I thought it was like a new pre-bitten service.
Should start that Uber, but you take a bite out of all their food before it gets there.
The thing is, if you could find the right people, that's probably a big win.
Could be a good market.
Yeah.
Some sort of war market.
A market, if you will.
A market.
Oh. So, who came on in? So, alleged Alnus, everyone who just joined us, Watto and welcome. I'm joined by Perios today to help handle everything.
Skateboard's back here.
Yeah,
Back in this area.
you can't see it because of myself. I'm looking at getting like a mountain, but that's just a case of money.
I'll just get a mystery number rounded out for now.
Strix, holy fuck! Thank you. Just get a mystery number rounded out for now. That's one of those math things. Also, it's 3 corgis in a trench coat.
Oh, so you don't hear your music. Interesting.
Now, usually I do here,
Oh, okay, okay.
but I plan on getting like the splitter ready and things to plug into and spare headphones, but someone chose chaos this morning. Dude, I even got up early. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get up early, get the place clean so it doesn't look like it's a fucking bomb site when people come around.
Yes, I saw you post in the Discord at like 9 something,
Mm-hmm.
and I thought that was unusual. I was thinking it was either you were still awake, or you hadn't really slept. Did you sleep?
I don't feel like I did.
Mm-hmm.
I must have at some point to have awoken.
3 corgis.
3 corgis in a trench coat. Oh, anyway, so, friendos, how are you all doing? When you arrived, Star was... so Star Saint Germain, real good friendo, sadly broke their ankle day 0 of GDC.
Ooh,
Yeah.
damn.
So now it's both healing, but also has, like, the PAX FOMO.
Gotcha.
And I was talking to someone this morning, and obviously friends. Going to events tonight. Strix with an extra 200. 2 tiny corgis. As House Order does their very best between Bacon, Wolfcrad, and Vanderbeest. Keep that filled. But I was talking to a friend earlier this morning, and again, just with the caveat of assuming people are like vaccinated and boosted and being careful, there is a real value to taking your game to a trade show right now.
Yeah.
Because everyone is so hungry for things to do and things to get involved with,
Yes.
both on like consumer and media side,
Yeah.
that like I expect to see a ton of coverage coming out of PAX East. Like people are going hard. Not the breadth and depth you would expect. There aren't the monster boots. But Mr. Door's like, I know that guy. That's alright, the ghost pyramid's been broken before it started.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder who does that. Who does that?
They've taken to building the pyramid before I go live. As to create like a ghost spawning zone. Oh wait, cool. So Star Saint prototypes on their behalf. And spooky ghosts. And yes, alleged there was the Skate 4 leak that got leaked, taken down, and now it's everywhere because that's how the internet works.
Yo.
Oh, Mr. Door, no, you broke the pyramid.
Break the pyramid.
Pat on the back.
Break it.
How do you think you get ancient ghost curses? Is through ghost pyramids. This is why the British Museum steals everything inside the pyramids and not the pyramids themselves. Fun fact. But the next question is, am I proud of myself? The answer is very. This is my breakfast.
I had a feeling. That's actually why I brought donuts.
Though I did actually cook up a full meal last night, so there was a brief window last night where I finished with Hades. Like, dogs were getting restless. I was alright. I'm gonna handle that. You know, got them taken care of. Made food for them. Made food for myself. And I was like, you know what? I think I got this. I think I got this. And then chaos began. And Strager, thank you again. Right, Beacon, thank you. Okay, Strags almost got it to 1 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 across the board, but it's 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 6. Oh, there we go.
Hey.
Hey, Wolfgrad's got you.
That's teamwork.
That's fucking teamwork. But also, all hail Jarl Infinitus. I am, at some point when I have some cash, I'm going to commission someone to make like the Jarl Infinitus logo. And it's the forbidden snack with 2 wings, but done like the Roman banners of old.
What do you mean popcorn? I'm here, I can say it.
How you like this? Fred would like to say, who are you and what have you done to Peru? God.
I am Perun. I grew overnight.
It was a weird night, let me tell you. No, to those of you who just joined us, this is Barrios, who you've kind of chatted to tangentially through varying conversations which would be happening over here.
I come into the chat and I act very unhelpful.
I can't believe you made a Perun emote. It's like the My Face one. I was like, okay, this makes sense. And you're just ready.
Don't take me long. Quick fire.
It is so much easier to make emotes now.
Yes, it is.
Perun was polymorphed back into a Perios. If Perun wasn't being a grumpy old man, I would bring him in just to show that they are not in fact one and the same.
Oh, is he being grumpy?
He's being grumpy. He doesn't like living with all the young lads right now. So
What's up, Fred? How's it going? Hey, yes.
Okay, Fred's already busted us. It is in fact CGI tricks. Oh yeah, Stepagen's got you. Oh, fucking yo. So, I guess if you haven't hung out with myself and Aperios in the past, Aperios ran the esports section at GameWorks. And especially considering like the times of Weed Start, which was pretty much your quiet time, we used to, you know, drink coffee and natter, especially if the fucking internet went out. Just go over to the bar and just talk nonsense with people.
Or when you forget that you turned the stream on. That was also pretty good too.
That was very funny. Been a while since I've done that. I like to believe it shows growth as myself as a professional. Yeah. Raise a cup in memory of GameWorks. Like, hey, again, I've said this before, but I think it warrants saying, like, I'm glad I got to be there for that last great summer, you know? Aperios is going to be my go-to person to talk about, especially when it comes to, like, streaming as a professional. Hey!
The duo is here. Let the hounds out. Dude. It's been an age since this has happened. Gods, I hope Bartender is doing good.
Let the hounds out! Actually, no, stay over there.
No, the hounds are just settled again.
Finally. Actually pretty chill.
They are during the day. Like, if I can get them settled and keep them settled, they're fine. Mornings are hell, nighttime is hell. The midday, like, this is the calm time.
For whatever reason.
Don't ask me why. But the one thing I did want to say, because Sari was saying, I hope Bart and Ender is doing good. Bart and Ender's doing very good. Because I know T has been doing really well.
Yeah. They both got really good employment right now. Everything's going really good over there.
I was meaning to invite him over through at some point during this week, and we'll still try to, but the messages you all saw from me today was when I basically just sat on the kitchen floor earlier today and contemplated giving up. Like, oh, there we go. There's the "Oh, was I live?" from you and me back in the day. The Catastrophe has got it. Sadly, Wolfgrad, I am not inflicting this stream upon the Dags. Maybe I should do. Teach them what actually happens in this place. So, there's a bunch of game news today.
Yeah.
So, friends, there's a ton of game news today.
Yeah.
Nothing like, but just some interesting stuff.
I don't look. Surprise me.
Oh, okay. So let's pick a spicy one first.
All right.
Let's pick a spicy one. Okay. Mobile anime games generated $17 billion last year.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
$17
Sounds about right.
billion.
I bet the highlight of that is probably something like Genshin Impact. The cross-platform beast that it was.
Yep.
Also, just great. I mean, like as a game, honestly, like they're really starting to blur the line between mobile and console and PC and all of that. So
Yeah. Well, I mean, my sincerest hope is as it gets cheaper to make games, people will be able to do Genshin tier things without having to go as hard into the established gacha method.
Yeah.
The idea that I can play a game on here with you lot and, you know, on the fucking Switch on the bus, like, that's the dream, right? Oh, Mr. Daw says they are about 1,000 Canadian dollars of that. Well, you are entirely correct. Genshin Impact was number 1. Do you want to guess number 2?
You know, I'm gonna have to go with. I can't because I don't know what they're gonna classify in that sphere. Because we could get everything from Fire Emblem because it's got an anime art style, all the way up to like that Dragon Ball Fighter one where you could actually do stuff. Honestly, I would guess maybe the Dragon Ball one because that one did really well.
Dragon Ball is on the list, but it is not number 2 on our rundown of makes shit ton of money.
Okay.
The Otome game.
Alleged Man, take it easy. Thanks for stopping by.
Take care, and again, friend, thank you. Like, what a fucking behemoth of the game. It was Pokemon Go. You wouldn't think based on an anime, but...
Pokemon is an anime. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
But it's just to put into perspective. It's Genshin Impact, then Pokemon Go, and then Uma Musume Pretty Derby, which honestly I feel like I want to do a deep dive on that one. Then we get into Freight Grand Order.
Freight Grand Order.
It's like the Fate series, but it's about shipping containers, like just hot shipping containers in your area.
You get a free trucker hat for pre-ordering.
Yeah. Fate goes at number 4. Monster Strike's at 5. To my knowledge, Monster Strike's still not available in the US, is it? Monster Strike is kind of like pinball RPG nonsense. Then we get into like Dragon Ball.
Hey.
Now, interestingly, Puzzles and
Dragons is still on a list like that?
Yeah.
Wow. I knew that made money, but damn.
Oh, so number 3, and I quote Katros, is a waifu gacha game based on Japanese racing horses.
There's a lot to unpack there.
There's a lot of details. I'm just going to go onto the Android store for no reason. How do you spell it? It is not available for me.
Damn.
Damn it! I mean, whew.
Bust out the VPN. Let's go.
Fire up the Vippen. We're going to the races. But yeah, Puzzles and Dragons is still rocking face. I think Mobile games are going to see the least amount of decrease during what I'm dubbing the Summer of Chaos. And it's not just to be glib. So again, as we're all getting vaccinated, boosted, and a lot of us are well past peak on cabin fever, I think this summer's going to be messy. A lot of people going hard at like conventions, events, festivals, things like that.
Yeah.
So I think in terms of like traditional box games, we're going to see a decrease in sales over the summer.
Oh yeah.
But the thing with mobile games is they come with you to festivals and things.
Yeah.
Oh, here's an interesting thing. So Rikami says that that game we were talking about, the horse wife racing, they almost got into legal trouble due to the horse names being shown for the horses, and some of them are copywritten. Interesting.
Huh. Wild.
Huh. But it is also something to take into consideration that if it's not available outside of Japan, and it's in the top 10 spending, how much money it's making, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like in like South Korea and China as well, considering that kind of cash.
Okay, so I guess there's also something to realize too, when we're talking about air quotes not available outside of Japan, there are a lot of people that will go out of their way to get into something that is big enough that might not be available in their region.
Very good point.
There could be a largely untrackable demographic that is not mainland Japan also.
The team that put forward that data was doing it based on sales. So if you were Vippen into Japan,
you'd have to be spending Japanese currency
Yep.
to acquire that stuff. So that would mean that it would seem as if that sale was coming from within that region.
Yep. Yep.
Which isn't too much of a problem unless... I mean, I have to bring it up because it's my favorite example. When Pokemon Go launched in New Zealand. For those of you who don't know, New Zealand is actually frequently used as a test bed for technology and products, and especially like mobile products, because it's an English language territory with a very, very small population density. So it allows you to kind of do a live test, but without regging your servers, right? Except for, it's Pokemon, so the whole bloody world went VPN, VPN, VPN.
Oh yeah, right.
And they crashed the shit out of the system.
Yeah, that's one way to do it.
And I'm stuffing donut in my face.
Faster!
These are fresh and good. But yeah. I mean, while a lot of these titles on the main list are big money makers, Arc Knights did manage to sneak in at number 9, and I do love my Arc Knights. I don't have time to play it anymore, but I still love it. Oh, it's also worth noting, friends, that this was global spending, not regional. And Japan led consumer revenue, making up 55% of that $17 billion.
That makes sense.
So yeah,
That makes sense. Well, I mean, they're when we sit down and look at markets and how they play games, for Japan to be the spending leader in that market, that absolutely makes sense. Like, because not to get into it too heavily, but like when you're dealing with games like that are outside of the United States, there are a lot of times that the gotcha things are, I'll just use the term, a little more egregious. So like people get literally more invested in these games.
it's also interesting. Like if you chart, Japan has always had like a mobile gaming culture. Not mobile as in mobile phone, but like handheld. They've always had that culture of like it's socially acceptable to see someone on the train playing games and be like, "Yo, you want to?"
Oh yeah, like
down?
the DS, the 3DS, the Game Boy, like
Yeah.
all of those pocket handhelds. It wasn't uncommon to see businessmen carrying around, the 3DS, like the small version of it, because everybody plays. It's kind of like, in a weird way, it's almost like manga, where it's like there is it's like just kind of a thing.
Yeah. And that creates an interesting space. And the reason I think that's worth mentioning is like when you translate that towards like mobile phone gaming, there's less of a cultural barrier to entry for consumers. What are you doing up, Chaos Monster? What are you doing up? You're worrying me, mate.
Amos is just staring from the doorway.
Because he gets so excited that I'm worried he's going to break stuff in here.
A random side note, since we're eating Krispy Kremes, did you hear about the first Krispy Kreme that opened in Ireland?
I did not.
The lines were like around the block, so much so that they actually had to shut down for a little bit because the lines were like 2 or 3 hours long. Like there's pictures and videos of like entire parking lots with like swerving of cars through them.
No.
All the way around the road.
No.
So talking about pandemonium launches.
I love you, my boy, but come on, go snooze. I know you want to hang out with cool kids. Oh, so the other piece of interesting game news, which I think will be fascinating to me and probably no one else. So, World of Darkness, good old Vampire the Masquerade, have announced, what's the official title? World of Darkness Unbound. Now, this is not a mobile game. This is a new business model. They will be creating an incubator initiative, allowing itch.io tier indies to create licensed World of Darkness products. Similar to how Games Workshop have done their less constrained licensing agreement stuff.
Where they just kind of shotgun blasted their license across everybody in the industry.
This will be very similar to that, allowing indie developers up to 67% of revenue from games. And
and launches the first 6 games via itch.io.
Huh.
Yeah. Now,
So are they going for like the kind of like the Bandcamp of like platforms? Because that's a high percentage to give to.
that is a high percentage. I mean, okay, so if you haven't encountered licensing deals in video games, Kit's here! Hey!
Reactor online. Sensors
And
online.
Robin subscribed
Weapons
at the same
online.
time.
All systems nominal.
Hey! Hell yeah!
Ancient.
Ancient.
Ket, how are you doing? Oh, apparently the first Krispy Kreme in Seattle also had a similar situation, being shut down due to popularity. Huh, good figure.
Good donuts, especially fresh.
Yeah. God, I'm so spoiled for donuts now, but I do remember Krispy Kreme's like grand unveiling in the UK, like blowing everybody's tiny minds. Oh, outside. Come on. Amos!
He's gonna go take care of the pup for a second. Hello, I'm gonna my cam's like over here, so this is gonna be really odd for me. Probably got their new headphones in today. Hell yeah. Almost is saying the 3DS was an interesting way to see how ubiquitous handheld gaming was. On a trip to Japan, I got more Street Pass hits in one day than a year in the UK. Wow. I was never. I know you did. I'm making content here. I was never in a position to like do Street Pass much, because I didn't. When I had my 3DS, I didn't go out a ton. But Street Pass is such a cool concept, in my opinion. Hashtag content. Let's press some buttons here. Yeah, there we go. Bam. Talk about Teardown being released 1.0 today. No, we were just talking about the mobile market and how much money they were making globally in the last year. Also, this is very weird not having my glasses on. I think I took my 3DS to like one convention. Hello, welcome back.
Woo! What was the library? Why it stays. Oh yeah. You know what though? It is interesting. Like the Street Pass system was designed for Japan, like for that interaction of literally passing people with the DS out. And so for those of us in like English language territories, it became synonymous with conventions and events.
Yeah.
Because Strake was mentioning they miss how many Street Passes they would get at PAX. Because like you could walk around like maybe like central London and maybe get one or two. Then you go to PAX and you get like feckin' hundreds. It was amazing. Especially like, and the Street Pass games really came into their own in that environment. For me in the UK, it was MCM, which is our kind of equivalent Comic-Con style event.
Gotcha.
It's got like a heavy anime contingent, meaning tons and tons of Street Passes. So yeah.
Yeah, they had at PAX West. They had a whole area for
Oh,
they had, like,
hey.
game bags and stuff. Oh what? Hey, here I got a gift for you. Hold on,
Amos.
hold on. Give me 1 second. I got a gift. I'll take care of this.
No one's ready for Infinite World. Why are you like this, you piece of shit? I don't have the strength to wrestle the phone from your hands. I invite you onto my show on this, the day of my dogs being a fucking asshole.
Please allow me to get out of your way.
So look at his smug face.
We can do it together.
It doesn't lessen my shame though.
Like, I've still got to do 2 of them. Ginyu Force style. Thank you guys. Oh! Pacha! That's the goal. Is Ginyu Force it up. Okay. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass.
How
But
do
yeah,
you not hit your elbow on this? Damn.
not constantly. It sucks. I tried to say to Fiona, this isn't going to work in here. I'm just going to smack my elbow. And I was turgidly ignored. So now I just have like an elbow that canes most of the time. Anyway, so yeah. So the World of Darkness thing, I know it doesn't seem like a big deal, but it's fucking massive. So what it means is that you, as an individual, as a creative, could make a licensed Vampire the Masquerade product and put it out there. And everyone's here today!
Hey.
Echo, how are you doing? Watto and welcome! Don't break your elbow.
His brainstem is so turgid.
It is a strange turn of phrase, but it feels accurate. At some point, I'll try and get like a pool noodle and just pop it on the end there.
I just didn't want to like put my elbow down and flip all your Gundam parts off.
Thankfully, it's sturdy. Thankfully.
Good shit.
Oh.
Stop that
Hey!
incessant clicking.
Steppagen, that's feckin' cool of you. Echoes in for 2 seconds and it's like, BAM! House Carl striketh. Oh.
What ho, friend?
And Crux, cheers to you.
Coffee's going fast.
Yeah. I can, because you're here, I can make more. So I can do us another a nice fresh brew. I lost my train of thought. So yeah, Perios is joining me today so that in the event of dog chaos, like just what happened, you'll still have people to talk to, and it doesn't. I don't descend into full-on madness.
I mean, that's not guaranteed.
Point.
That is not guaranteed.
But he's hoping. And Navalis, what ho, friend? Hello. But yeah, so the Vampire the Masquerade thing is massive. Because, like, if you wanted to make, like, especially, like, an itch.io tier game, be it a visual novel or something with some, like some classic PS1 stylings, if you're making a vampire game, it's hard to stand out in that space.
Yeah.
If you were making Vampire the Masquerade's, Aperios presents, Vampire Demade or something like that, then there's a much, much larger chance that people are going to pick it up and that people are going to see it. And this happened with a lot of the Warhammer licensed titles. Now, not all the Warhammer licensed titles were good.
No.
But we got more than we got back during the Take-Two era.
Yeah, we had enough kind of like float to the top in a lot of ways. Like there were some really solid Warhammer titles recently, and more to come.
Yeah, we've got an Echo Ket myself combo. The poster. Actually, there's probably a bunch of people that have. Sorry, I'm going to derail this just for a sec because it's rare we get the old crew.
That's
back
your
together.
job, though.
I mean, fair. Derailing could be professionally considered. So, friends, for the very first PAX meet that we did, 1,000 years ago, I got Harmful Rays to do his poster. Just because, if you're doing an event, you've got to have a poster, it's fun. And so we stole this one, we stole this concept from the Cornetto trilogy. And I still love it so much. Because I have myself, and then Echo in the middle, and then Ket in the end, and it's fucking cool. And it ended up being a cracking night. Yeah, it's good times. Like, I haven't had the chance to bust that art out in quite some time, so it's nice to be able to show it off, We're crumbling. Don't worry. I mean, you've seen the state of this place. If I get the chance to, I might just vacuum the house later just to
course, more chaos. Beckett.
Just have a little peace and quiet. Run the vacuum.
Yeah. Now, I'm very much a believer of like good games don't sell themselves. You have to promote them. But one of the things you gain with an IP is people give a shit.
Yeah.
Because like Fred is like Mechanicus, Chaos Gate, Dark Tide, Vermintide. I think. Oh god, there was a couple of other bangers that slipped through. And the thing is, because people are really engaged in those spaces, they seek them out.
Isn't like Necromunda another one?
Oh yeah,
Necromunda's another one. It was like an indie title that did really well.
Sadly, Necromunda fell in a weird little space where the team didn't get enough time to take it where they wanted.
Gotcha.
Okay, no, so Necromunda Hired Gun is different from Necromunda.
Yes, thank you. Necromunda Hired Gun.
Yeah, that one was really interesting, and that was by the people that did the first-person Space Hulk, which I didn't realise.
Oh,
which was sadly disappointing from the team that made I Divine Cybermancy. Comes banality was very, very upsetting, but
banality of the game.
but they were able to engage with a brand that was way bigger than them. And the thing with licensing agreements is that usually you do them on a case-by-case basis, and you either have to pay a shit ton of money or give them a shit ton of money from your sales.
Yeah.
It was revolutionary when Games Workshop said that we won't take revenue until you recoup your loss, which seems like just good business, but that was... Oh, and sorry, if you haven't heard that before. So what it means is, like, if you sign a licensing deal with, I don't know, Krispy Kreme back in the day, Krispy Kreme's like, great, you can make Krispy Kreme cart shooter data map or whatever the feck you want. It's going to cost you either $10 million or it's going to cost you 50% of your revenue. And if the game didn't sell, you've still got to give them 50% of what didn't sell.
Is there a donut dating game? That's what I got out of that whole thing.
That whole thing.
That whole thing!
Oh, that's the subtitle. Donut dating game. The whole package. Fuck it, we're making a dating game today. Someone gets a, was it, twine up. Let's do this. But the thing is, even if your game sold like trash tier, you'd still have to either pay them a chunk of money or give them a cut of your revenue.
Yes. Yeah.
So that made licensing games a real gamble.
Yeah, you're on the hook no matter what.
Yeah. What Games Workshop did back in the day that blew everyone away was like, yo, you don't owe us money until you recoup the costs from making your game. So what that means is, like, you don't have to start paying them until your team is made enough to survive. Like, and that's mind-blowing. And then, like, some of the splits and some of the pays they did, like, we don't know the specifics of all of them, but they were a lot more small team friendly.
Well, it also, it allows people a safer environment to kind of, like, if your title doesn't get off the ground, you're not on the hook. That means you can possibly come back and try to do another one. Yeah, I mean, that's just a much smarter way to do licensing, because it's safer for the little person.
Yeah. And the reason why I'm so excited about this with World of Darkness is that, like, Vampire the Masquerade has been a big part of nerdery for a long time.
Yeah.
But it's a product that's changed hands, it's changed publishers, it's very often struggled with its identity. And very few of the games around it have been fiscally successful.
Yeah, I mean, we just lost one. I'm assuming it's not coming back. I have to assume that the big AAA vampire that we have been looking at for a couple of years, I don't see that necessarily bouncing back. So them opening up and letting a bunch of other people kind of do it is super smart, because the text-based games, the little action-adventure games, the weird indie titles that have come out of the World of Darkness stuff recently have been fascinating.
Yeah.
And they've delivered.
Sorry, we need to jump back, because apparently Clara Dia and a lot of people, they're still on the donut dating. Clara Dia considered donut dating sim being the style of Dream Daddy. I mean, Dream Daddy set the standard. What you need to do is give people a terrible pun name or a joke preference, and then actually make a good game. See, it's simples. You know,
I mean, simple. Just make a good game.
just make a good game.
It's like clicking heads in first-person shooters. You just do it. It's easy.
I've missed this. But yeah, the whole package, and it's all about like the conflict between the internal and external parts of the self. So you have to try and pick dates based on someone's outward appearance, but you don't know what they're full of. Boof. Nailed it. This is like the sandwich dating game all over again. It was a dumb joke that I made, I think, with Susan Aunt when we were interviewing her 1,000 years ago. And then it turned in this whole like thing about how, you know, the game ended up being like, you are a sandwich, trying to basically pitch yourself to people who want sandwiches. But it's like, how much of yourself should you change for a potential partner? You know, and through the metaphor of like sauces and fillings and things like that, you know, what if you change so much about yourself that you no longer recognize who you are? Is it worth it? The answer is obviously no, but using that through the medium of a sandwich dating game I thought was pretty clever. Because you can essentially have like the sandwich of Theseus. You know, if you've changed the bread, the fillings, the sauce, and everything that came before, is it still the same sandwich?
Still the same sandwich. No.
You woo. Dami mommies you
that
marvelous
is a game
adventures
you're
you
not
woo.
making. Bring it up with Ems on Friday. You can pitch it to him.
Hey, no, that sounds like a great game.
You're just here to sow more chaos.
Do you ever listen to me when I talk in chat?
Make a good point. I did this to me. Yeah, Alnus, the ring donut seems like an open book, but it turns out they're hollow and empty inside.
That's deep.
Yeah.
That's deep.
Although I once, there was a place called Crosstown. Well, there is a place called Crosstown Donuts in London, and they do what looks like a chocolate glazed donut, like simple ring, the whole shebang, but they have super dark chocolate truffles baked into it, and so one of them is like dense as dark matter. Like, it would not be uncommon to share that between like 3 people, but it's one size donut.
You ever been to Voodoo Donuts?
I have not. I've heard tale. Also heard they're not good to their people, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. They did have a phallic donut, though, and it was great.
Okay, no, see, now my brain's trying to think about how we make and pitch this donut. It's basically
Wolfred has got a good point. Starting with a compelling name can be a good strategy. Like that card game Go Nuts for Donuts.
Very true.
That name sticks in my head all the time.
So Clara is saying, speaking of World of Darkness, has anyone else heard of Swan Song, the Vampire the Masquerade game made by the team that made the Council? Actually, Clara, I hadn't. Now, and the thing is, I don't know if this is because my life is in fucking shambles at the moment, or if it's because they haven't been marketing it in the usual manner.
I haven't seen a lot of marketing around it, but I've seen it pop up.
Okay.
Here and there.
The only reason I saw it is I went over to the Epic Store to tell people about another title. Oh, Slipter says Go Nuts for Donuts was also made by a local dev.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hey!
Very cool.
That's Seattle crew. Antonari Wow, Watto. Aperios is here to help me get through the day so that if Amos causes chaos, I can just run over and sort it. Which we've already had 2 instances of.
It's quiet now. Suspiciously quiet.
For how long? That's why.
Suspicious.
I keep leaning over. They're both having a snooze.
Knock on wood.
Wolfgrad says, what if you made a donut game for Nintendo's Ring Fit thing? That being the method with which you interact with the donut by squishing it, that would be feckin' grand. But no, so Clara, I hadn't seen that title, and I'd be really interested to dive into it, because I've not actually done coverage on the Council yet, mainly because they kind of fecked up how they did their listing on Steam. So the Council is listed as a free game, but with multiple chapters for sale.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, and it means that during a Steam sale, it doesn't pop up in your sale list. You've got to remember it and go through it, because it's already free.
That's bad business.
It's bad business. But I've heard that the Council is a spectacular game. I mean, very much like a little bit of social deduction, a little bit of a detective game, but a lot of, like, you know, mocap performances and, you know, like VO thunderstorms, if you will.
So it's like Phoenix Wright with vampires?
I mean, like if Phoenix Wright was po-faced and serious.
Interesting. Okay.
So yeah, so Clara, the long and short of it is I saw it, but only because of pure chance, and I'm very intrigued by it because that might be one of the things that they're doing. Because the other thing, just to cap off the World of Darkness conversation, is that currently nobody owns vampires in media. Because Twilight came and went, but that was more of a mainstream cultural thing.
Mm-hmm.
Vampire the Masquerade has always been bubbling, but it's not the same level as Dungeons and Dragons. We know it in nerdery, but you can say to a regular person D&D and they'll go, oh, it's the wizards and stuff. When people think of rolling dice across the table of swords and sorcery, they always think of Dungeons and Dragons. That's the brand identity that it has. Vampires never had the chance to grow. Like, Games Workshop have sewn up like hard, po-faced sci-fi. Space Marines means Space Marines! Space Marines, Space Orcs, Tyranids, they've got a larger portion of that carved out. And so I feel like in the nerd consciousness, Vampire the Masquerade can really start cementing itself in that space.
I think it can. I think it'll also, like, I think they would do a really good job of opening up that expanded universe that they have.
Yes.
Because, like, they have Hunter, they have Werewolf, they have Mage, they have all of these other things that are under the World of Darkness property that, like, they are in a unique position, whereas, like, with Games Workshop, you think of Warhammer, and you think of 40k. Like, you know, if you play fantasy, you play 40k. Those are the two things that you usually think of. They have a couple other things that they do. I know that Battlefleet Gothic was brought up. Necromunda Hired Gun is another thing. You know, it's all under this. But when you think of, like, when I think of Games Workshop, I only think of Warhammer. Like, I pretty much only think of Warhammer. They're not in that position. They have a whole world of darkness that they can kind of explore. Yeah. And vampires being, like you said, not really claimed right now. The only thing that we're going to really see having to deal heavily with vampires coming up in any sort of cinematic sense, I mean, we saw Morbius and that went over like a hot turd. But
when Sonic the Hedgehog can beat out Morbius.
But we're going to have, plug your ears if you haven't watched The Eternals yet. But have you watched The Eternals yet?
I gave up.
At the very end, so this is a spoiler for the very end if you haven't seen it yet. Blade's voice is introduced. Blade makes he's like, are you sure you want to do that or whatever when dude goes for the sword. I won't spoil the whole scene.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
So, we could see Marvel potentially capitalize on vampires if Blade is good. So World of Darkness, but they have a chance to get in.
Blade doesn't have the ability to move as quickly. Like, so with Blade, you have comics, and then you have the trilogy of films of varying qualities.
Yep.
But that's really about it. There were some games based on it, but those never really took. Vampire the Masquerade has a huge backlog of stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
And going back to the licensing thing, so the thing that Warhammer did that was so smart is that back in the day, they did the big licensing, the kind of thing that EA used to have with Star Wars, which is where it wasn't Take-Two. Was it Take-Two? The one that went under.
Well, Take-Two went under.
So it must have been Take-Two. I get that and one of the other publishers mixed up in my brain. But they basically went to Games Workshop and went, we want to license all your products. And so they paid Games Workshop a shitload of money, and that was that. Take-Two were the only people that had the keys to making games of Games Workshop.
Yeah.
Then they went under. So what Games Workshop did after that was what's semi-called sub-licensing, but it's better to think of it like micro-licensing. So I don't give you Warhammer Fantasy Battles. I give you like the Vermintide, this one fight in this one area of this map containing just these pieces. It's yours to do with what you want. You can't then make a dating game where... Why are dating games on my brain today? Which one of you is responsible for doing this? No more Inception. I'm tired and very susceptible. Sorry. But you couldn't then make a dating game involving wood elves and minotaurs on the other side of the planet, because you've got that piece. Like, Necromunda is technically part of the Warhammer 40,000 world, but the physical board game is different. But their Necromunda Hired Gun is a sub-licensing within that because it takes place in one hive, in one place, with one character.
Yeah.
So it doesn't clash with the other Necromunda video game. with Vampire the Masquerade. I keep saying vampire, but you're right. It's the World of Darkness. So you could do hunter, or you could do one bit of one part of that World of Darkness, focusing around a hunter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't have to give someone all of werewolf. You can give them bits and pieces. And Blade doesn't have enough of a universe to do that. At least in my humble opinion.
Yeah, well, that's why I was specifically leaning into if Marvel decided, like, if Blade's a hit, suddenly vampires are hot. That's probably what will happen.
Oh, yes.
And then Marvel being large enough to capitalize on that could then move forward with you know, really leaning into vampires. I don't necessarily see that happening, but as far as like vampire name that is big enough to compete with something like Vampire the Masquerade, honestly, movies, but that's about it.
Yeah, and well, the great thing about that is that whilst the battle for who was the big vamp could be an interesting one, even if they win, there's still a filter through.
I mean, kind of an explosion of something, that's for sure.
My favorite meme.
I haven't
is
seen
still,
it yet, so don't worry.
It's still Goku and Vegeta facing off, and it's like, we're going to take this fight to somewhere nobody is, and they're fighting in a Morbius theater. If I could get that printed.
Mine's the Darth Maul one, where it says Jared Leto in the worst DC movie, and it pops out the lightsaber on one side, and it's like worst Marvel movie on the next frame, and it pops out the other side.
Also, he only succeeds in roles where he's playing creepy, weird white guys.
Blade Runner. He was his character in Blade Runner was fucking perfect.
Yeah.
Beyond that, yeah. But not to make it a Leto conversation.
No, we don't want to get elitoist in here.
Oh shit! Need to get you a horn.
Wake these little fuckers up. Now, Straights was mentioning, unless they knew about like D&D from the Satanic Panic, and Straights was banned from playing any role-playing games because of a story of kids playing vampire and drinking actual blood.
Interesting.
I would say that whilst those were bad times, and there were some bad things that came out of the Satanic Panic and things like that,
yeah.
That's essentially given them weight.
Yeah.
Like, they weren't... Like, outrage at something, attempts to ban something, does create momentum behind a property, and then once the outrage is gone, the memory is still there.
I think it's called the Kanye West effect.
Yes! Oh, Echo says I've been fired effective immediately. Alright, it's been a good... I'm just going to take my bag of...
I'm keeping the last donut then.
bins. And I will be taking Tiny Big Zam with me. I will expect a glowing reference.
A Zam good reference, I tell you what.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Calling it a night, folks.
Avoid the fish. Restore and tip your server. God. It still does, I mean, just as an aside to an aside, it still makes me smile that, you know, even though things like Morbius didn't do well, and they're not all bangers like Eternals and stuff like that. The Eternals is definitely not a banger, is what I meant. I do love that the biggest properties in like money-making media right now are like nerdy comic book adaptations of superhero movies. Like, sign me up.
Yo, I'm not upset about that at all.
I've only seen the first episode, I think, of Moon Knight. But there was one bit where with a deadpan face, the villain goes, "You are the Avatar." And our character goes, "Do you mean like the blue people?" No? But the anime. And I was just, I never felt more seen by an exchange. And the thing is like, it's not, like, at least so far as I've seen, it's not presented that our character is inherently a nerd. That's not their one character trait. You know, he doesn't have an otaku bedroom, it's not filled with comics and nerdery. Mm-hmm. That's just no, and I love that.
I like that. I do like that.
I mean, I've seen everybody losing their shit over, in a good way, sorry, over Lady Thor, or I should say Thor, proper Thor. and I forget the character's name, the Valkyrie from Ragnarok,
Oh yeah,
rocking it on a throne in a suit.
yeah.
Like,
I'm excited about that.
fuck yes.
That and possible Ironheart. There was some Ironheart reference in some. Dude, I'm just like, I'm all about it. Hell yeah.
And it's nice because if I found this with how was it? God, Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur was a weird little Marvel offshoot about like a super genius girl and her bright pink dinosaur. She does some super science. It pulls a dinosaur through from the prehistoric ages, and he's pink or something. I forget. Devil Dinosaur. That's it. Like smart Hulk's there trying to coach them.
Huh.
It's a weird one, and the thing is, it's a really good meditation on what it is to be I don't want to say superhero. That's really wanky. There's a lot of good meditations in that on being yourself, about how the expectations of even those people who are trying to help you can often be harmful.
Yeah.
And it's all told through the medium of this little girl and a fuck-off pink dinosaur. But the problem is, to get to the point where I can really recommend that to you, the amount of like pre-reading you've got to go through is ridiculous.
Yeah, man. It's getting like that in the cinematic universe too, where it's like, yeah, somebody can jump in and watch something nowadays. But there are so many things that have built up to the point that where we are, the emotional impact is a little lost. If you don't, unfortunately, spend 10 hours watching all the movies, you can definitely skip some. But, seeing, like, Tony Stark's arc throughout the whole thing.
Yes.
Where it's like, by the end of it, it's like, whoa, and things have changed, but that leads into more important things that have happened after that even occurred.
And there's nice little, God, I almost call them insertion points, but things like Captain Marvel. You can watch that completely standalone, having never seen a superhero movie, and have a great time. And that can bring people in, and not just on the old school punch hard era starting of those things. We don't have these big sweeping continuities in video games outside of a couple of franchises, and then due to the length of time it takes to make a game, like it's hard to overwhelm users.
Yeah. Galaxy Quest documentary.
Yes.
What?
Oh, it's feckin' brilliant.
Yo, I'm all about that.
You know what? I don't want to go into it too hard because it's genuinely worth watching yourself. Especially when you hear all the people they wanted to cast and then either couldn't or didn't. The fact that Galaxy Quest turned out to be as good as it is another one of those miracles. Yeah, it's not a good combo. I can hang a jacket.
You got a jacket hanger or something? I can hang it up too.
But no, I do recommend it. Actually, yeah. Pass me a jacket. You can talk Galaxy Quest with these nerds.
That's heavy.
Knees weak.
Kingdom Hearts.
Why do you like this?
I guess so. What? It's 2 jackets. Surprise, nerd. Kingdom Hearts is interesting. There is definitely a lot to work with there. I don't know. I think a lot of hardcore nerds are probably try to argue that like there is a lot of continuity. But like, if you're somebody just trying to get into Kingdom Hearts, I don't know.
Oh. Well, okay. Let's break it down now. Do you need to know? Do you need to know all the Disney references to play Kingdom Hearts?
No.
And in terms of like accessibility, like if the plot goes so hard as to be almost unintelligible, how much of the expectation is put on the user? We literally was like, wait, well, something about you is off. Shit, I've been rumbled. Now, this week it's just me looking after all the animals, and that is literally more work than one person can do. On top of trying to maintain this going, so that I can do things like eat. So I asked Imperius if he'd pop on over, so we can natter with you lot.
I'm here to watch him eat.
Not quite what I pitched. I'm going to be honest with you. Not quite the thing I was going for. But the thing is, so what Alnus was saying about like the peril of continuity, like Kingdom Hearts is a weird one because the overarching plot is ridiculous, and it puts an unexpected amount of expectation on the user to understand the nuances of the plot, including a mobile game that no longer exists and shit like that. Like, it's not a grand epic written, it's kind of sandwich filling, stacked upon stacked upon stacked. So yeah, so as Ket's saying, Slip is saying, how lost are they if they played the Kingdom Hearts games in order of 1 to 3, or that 1 to 4? Sorry, Clara D was saying they were at a live wrestling show. They were at a live wrestling show where they saw someone bring a sign that said Kingdom Hearts isn't that complicated, and they had to keep themselves from challenging them on that statement.
Oh man.
Okay, what's the rules on hitting another viewer with a folding chair? Like that's allowed.
I
right?
think you just position them in the way of the wrestler as they fly over the ring.
Mine would probably be something like, "We'll never get a good front mission." Fucking front mission trying to hurt me. No, you know what? I'm gonna wizard veto front mission conversation for a bit. But that's the thing I'd be really interested to break down is like, how much attention do you need to spend as a player to get the most out of Kingdom Hearts? Because, I mean, the overarching themes are quite simple. Boy who is good, boy who is bad. Oh, I'm going to save you, boy who is bad. Ah, you cannot save me, boy who is good, because I am evil. 3 games later, oh, it turns out you could, because there's good in all of us. And also, there was a lass we forgot about for a whole game.
Then you know the boy.
Though it does... Okay, the lengths to which people are going to deep dive Kingdom Hearts continues to impress me. They've worked out from the trailer that was released, last week before?
Oh, they've doxed him already.
They've already doxed him! They know where Korra lives!
He lives in the most expensive part of Japan.
Yeah!
And what apartment, and what floor? That's wild.
Yeah, and someone is bankrolling that kid. I guess he's a teen now or something. I will say, I wonder if reading so much into the plot of Kingdom Hearts, I don't know if that puts the opus on us for being the fools. You know, Mickey Mouse and his secret organization of Keyblade ninjas and gummy ships. Like, you know, perhaps treating it like a Saturday morning cartoon. Treating it like fucking Goof Troop. And just being like, cool, this is just today's episode. Today's episode, Sora and the gang are now in Final Fantasy Versus 13 that never got made. Or was it Versus 14 when it was originally announced?
I don't know, I'm still waiting for Energize 2.
We could be waiting a long time. Very long time.
Guys, or whatever it was. I don't even remember how to say it.
Bless the ring. Oh, I'm not even going to try. Sorry, I'm going to use this as an excuse to talk about one of my favourite things. But for the last Kingdom Hearts game, it ended up using a lot of the assets and points that were originally made for, was it Versus 15 or Versus 13 when it was announced? Because from what I understand, there was going to be 13 and Versus 13. Versus 13 then morphed into Final Fantasy 15. And supposedly a lot of the things that were meant to be part of that idea, that Versus 13 idea, didn't get put in. Then, I guess in frustration, they added Toy Story. they added Toy Story to Kingdom Hearts 3, and in frustration, I guess, what they did is they came up with a fake JRPG with a cartoon attached, of which the toys of that would be in Toy Story World. Yeah,
That seems like a lot of extra hoops to jump through.
that it does. It does. So, but again, if we look at that, like Kingdom Hearts is a complicated conversation, and it's definitely. I mean, I don't know if you'd say narrative density. How complex is it per hour of gameplay? You know.
I mean, like I can't imagine having seen Brian David Gilbert break down the story completely of Kingdom Hearts. I can't imagine it's that complicated. So
You almost said that with a straight face. Almost. I was trying to put that alongside comics. Because comic continuity is like labyrinthian and bizarre. Now again, I do not support piracy, we do not support stealing comics or, you know, nicking them online or downloading them for free. Obviously, being this Twitch.television. But I was informed of some of the torrents of certain Marvel series will include everything you need to know up until that point, and then the thing. So when Civil War dropped, Civil War was a mixed bag of a comic.
Yeah.
Some of it's brilliant, some of it's dumb and stupid.
it was all over the place. It was like it was in a bunch of different runs.
Yes.
that it was happening.
But to understand what's good and what's terrible about it, you need to have read like a shit ton of everything coming together. And that kind of thing's not something we have in video games, because we don't have that kind of like overarching single, like we don't have that overarching, like at one point it was like two houses, you had Marvel and DC and that were it.
Yeah.
Meaning that you could have those arcing structures. And for Kingdom Hearts complexity, I don't think it bats that same level. You could still play Kingdom Hearts 1 through 4 and just get it. But if you wanted to understand, what is it called? Is it Darkest Night, Brightest Day, or whatever? The
lantern one?
Yeah, or fucking Flashpoint or anything like that. Actually, Flashpoint's probably pretty accessible because it multiverse gets. But oh, okay, Echo's making a move. All right, Echo, have a lovely rest of your day. It's great to see you, friend. I mean, this is literally the most interesting thing that'll happen in my day that doesn't involve things coming out of or going into a dog. So like, I'm glad to get to hang out with you all here.
Oh, I brought a special surprise for you.
Why are you like this?
It's not a shark, don't worry.
I just assumed. But yeah, sorry. God, how did we get onto this thread? I was gonna be like jumping it back. How did we get here?
I think it was a comment.
Yeah, it probably was.
Kingdom Hearts, continuity, story, World of Darkness.
Oh, ownership of like, you know, vampires in the space in the same way that Dungeons and Dragons kind of owns fantasy. Through the front door, apparently. Oh, sorry, they have more than enough toys.
What they really need is little shark costumes for the guineas. That's what they really need. Just like a dozen little fins and shark heads that can be attached to the guinea pigs.
I do not approve of this. I do not condone of this.
Just have a little train of them running around the house.
Not okay with this. Yeah, it's not a shark. It's a school of them.
Hey, at least they're learning.
They're adapting. Oh. I will say though, like I guess jumping it back. I am excited for what they could do with Kingdom Hearts 4. Like, continuity be damned, it's a fun space to play in.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not a huge like Disney fan, so I wasn't like, oh my god, Disney. Yeah, when the first Kingdom Hearts came out, the combat and the world design, like the level design, the way they do their worlds, they incorporate the movies, like everything looks great and it plays great. I don't really care about the story or the characters necessarily, but the moment-to-moment gameplay is top-notch. The combat is great. It's got really fun systems.
Yeah. And then another thing I've noticed with, I don't know if this was the case with Kingdom Hearts 2, but definitely with 3 and now with 4, their reveal trailer includes, if not in-game, but definitely in-engine. So they go through this whole like dramatic opening with him like taking his feet off on the couch and stuff.
Yeah.
And then as it comes down to city level, it swaps the gameplay.
So
Could be simulated, but it definitely shows you, the viewer, like this is the kind of experience you might expect.
I think it's a snapshot of gameplay that's being played by somebody, because when the camera goes away from just following him as a motion camera,
Yeah.
the player immediately snaps to the right, like they've got control of them, and they've got snappy movement in those modes.
Okay.
Like they snap around, immediately snaps to the right, jumps to the pole, and then jumps to the railing. And what you can notice if you look really, really close is that he doesn't fully touch the object, so it looks like they're mapped for him to jump off of.
Okay.
So I genuinely think all the way up until the point where he extends his keychain and grabs the car, I think all of that is actually open, and then when you jump off and block the thing, I think that's a little more cinematic. Going through the buildings a little more cinematic, but I do think we genuinely see a small bit of movement. That would be my guess.
I mean, folding your vertical slice into your reveal trailer is a pretty baller move. Other game news, Gearbox just bought 220 people.
Like bottom?
I like
or
phrasing...
did they employ them? There's a big difference in the headline.
You know what? Could have phrased that better, I won't lie. But here's an interesting thing. So Gearbox just bought the team that they said co-developed the Tiny Tina game that recently came out. And I was like, oh, okay, so they're picking up like a small studio. 220 people! See, over 200-person studio, and they've just gone, all right, we're buying your studio, we're bringing you in. And they co-developed it.
I have two thoughts on that. One, awesome. That's really cool in its own way that they had recognized the work that team had done, bringing the Tiny Tina game to the front, and it was a big success. Honestly, like it's the only Borderlands game that I've heard talked about in the last, I don't know, several launches of Borderlands games that were just like, oh, this is actually really good. But I've also heard people say that it kind of elevates it a little bit. Secondly, like.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, yeah, no.
So, Strager, thank you for filling the pint glass.
Oh,
I
damn.
have to look real close
Damn.
and squint. It's 1, I think, 454554? 145454, yeah. Just playing number wang on us.
Number wang.
That's number wang.
Oh
no, 143434.
Hey.
Okay.
Nice.
Good at math. So sadly that means that my number wang was incorrect and must be retracted.
Gotta retract that wang.
Which will result in an anti-wang. Anti-wang. So John Bacon being a terror. A single... dislodging 2 corgis and hurtling off to its own death. Oh, even the ghosts are getting in on this mischief.
Yo.
I'm sorry. I highlighted our Jarl Infinitus. I highlighted their number games, and I brought chaos. Should just. Like the only things I've personally been able to see about Tiny Tina's Wonderland has been the writing, which is top notch. One of the character classes is Himbo.
I like that. Good stuff.
And God, we talked a lot recently about unreliable narrator.
Yeah.
And it's like you are playing the character, not the person role-playing the character.
Yeah.
So you hear the dialogue going on a table around you, which reacts to certain degrees of what you're doing. But then it's not just that, Tina playing the narrator, which is fun, it's others then rebelling against it.
And her being also the DM.
Yeah. So then having to change aspects of the worlds to go along with this the asinine nonsense of players. It's pretty fucking good. I don't know. Like I said, I've been obsessed with unreliable narrator games recently.
So, as someone who's been in the industry,
Yeah.
For you as an outsider and just more of a business person, my thought there is 220 additional people to co-develop a game that they already had the engine made up from Borderlands 3. Does that seem excessive to have to co-develop that?
That's the thing I was pondering. Oh, and sorry. Thank you for the 100.
Because as an outsider strictly being business, that seems like a lot of heads just to make something they had already kind of established. What are your thoughts?
Well, there's certain things I can't talk about.
Okay.
Anything involving colonial marines, I cannot discuss. What I will say is that I've encountered co-development before in a manner where the main studio really didn't do much beyond like concept and pitch and a bit of writing.
Okay.
And then the co-studio did everything. And then I have seen situations where the team got in way over their head, the initial team, and had to outsource the rest of it to get it finished.
Gotcha.
So it wasn't co-development of like, you know, two teams shaking hands like the Great
Going to
Nation.
work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was, our shit's on fire, we've got 8 months. Help
us put this out as quick as possible. Got it.
Yeah.
It could be a room just full of 245 artists just chilling. Yep.
Just chilling. Just drawing guns.
Yeah, but just like, you know, as you know, my first thought that comes to mind is like, that's a lot of people to co-develop the game with when you're already the size of somebody like Gearbox.
Yeah.
So like that was my initial thought.
And yeah,
That's
kind
true.
of makes a good
That's
point.
true.
They may
Yeah.
have been specialized teams.
It's true.
I dislike Call of Duty for a great many reasons, but for a big budget title, having a team that specializes in multiplayer, being the team making a multiplayer, while another team makes your first person shooty gun bang experience.
It's like how Sledgehammer handles the multiplayer, Ravensoft handles the actual development of the game, stuff like that.
Yeah. Like, that's not a terrible idea.
Hey!
Strager's playing number one again. Okay, it is now 145454, that number that I said earlier. Also, so that's 2,185 bits. Friends, that is over $20 to keeping this fucking thing going. Thank you. Fucking yo. God. Sorry. And again, Strager, you've thrown in so much today. Thank you. The title of Y'all suits you well. May you reign. May you reign. As a small aside, because I don't usually talk. So Alna says they just announced a Tales from the Borderlands sequel being done in-house by Gearbox.
Huh. Interesting.
That'll be interesting. Is the alert super loud? Dude, I've been going through the guts of this fucking setup. It keeps auto-adjusting mic sensitivity. Like, I know it's not a fix right now, but the alerts should have been turned down.
I was just gonna ask, there's a setting in... There might be a setting in your audio at some point you want to look into that you can tick a box to give programs exclusive control so things won't adjust it.
Oh, that's not letting me adjust shit. Cool, great. Alright,
Where are your alerts sourced from?
let's get that down. Sorry to the Blaze Ball. We'll just have some nice chill jams. Here we go. Then I can adjust these manually.
The mic is real quiet.
Yeah, I've been fighting against this for weeks. I was a little annoyed because I went into a space and was like, "Hey, does anyone know where this could be happening?" Crickets. But one person went, "Yeah, that sure does happen." I'm like, "Great, brilliant." My hoodie off. I'm doing the best, Greg. I'm doing the best. Now, what would be great is if I could sit down and like work on the audio setup here, find out what's causing it. And let me guess, the music is really loud, comparable to us. Of course it is. Of course it is. But yeah, I would love to do battle with what is going on, but
We just yell louder!
so I guess what we'll have to do. Woo! From the back! Woo!
Hell yeah, peeking. Let me see if I can get an answer for that.
And the alerts should be down to a sensible level, but they've decided today that they're now going to be air horn tier. Again, it's one of those things, I need to sit down and work on it, but like the sit down and work on stuff just doesn't happen in my life anymore. I have two states, which is everything all at once and sitting on the kitchen floor meltdown, and that's it.
Good times.
Good times. No, whatever I was going to throw in previously is gone. It's out. It's toast. Sorry, friends. I guess the frustrations is because like this is like this here, hanging out with you lot, you know, doing streams, chatting about stuff. This is like the highlight of my week. This morning, God, fucking, you know what? I'm not even gonna talk about it. But this morning was fucking dreadful, and due to it being fucking dreadful, I almost missed. I will talk to you about the cool stuff after, because nothing's been agreed to, nothing's been signed upon. But if it does, it's gonna be fucking awesome. But I nearly missed the whole meeting for that because of fucking chaos incarnate. I'm very lucky the person I was talking to also has chaos tier pets. Okay, I've had my 2 minutes, gotten out of my system. But yeah, so on the subject of codev, it could be a myriad of different ways it's set up. And the problem is, without knowing people close to the source, we won't know. Now, one thing that I do not mind talking about is some work that some friends of mine did, which was Halo Wars 2. Now, to hear the Microsoft assets, to hear the videos and look at it, you would think that 343 Productions made an RTS and occasionally would send a post-it note over the Creative Assembly and be like, oh, what do you think about this? And the Creative Assembly would be like, tighten up the graphics on level 4. Whereas what actually happened is the Creative Assembly made Halo Wars 2, and a few people from 343 were there as like consultants and mostly for like lore and plot and narrative.
Huh, okay.
But the game was made by CA. But that's the thing, when you co-develop, when you are an outsourcing team, like it's up to the people paying for it to decide how you are shown in that space or what is represented from it. Because if somebody else guy was like, oh, me, I see you. But no, it's up to whoever's footing the bill to decide how it's represented. Because you're literally being paid to do it. It's work for hire. Even at a big studio level. Now, when they said that it was specifically co-dev'd, I hadn't heard anything about Tiny Tina's Wonderland being a co-developed project ahead of time.
No. That was probably part of the plan for them, though.
Yeah. And while I can't say anything, you know, Gearbox have used outsourcing companies in the past for launches. I think that is something that's been put in the news. I can say that. Yeah, and Phyllis, with big Microsoft products, Phyllis was mentioning Age of Empires 4. But yeah, they do have multiple teams working on them. Well, and so Kyle's not wrong. Halo Wars 2 was third party, not really co-dev. The music and some stuff was, and audio direction was done by 343, which is fair. But it was more Kimball to highlight that the external, what we come to understand as consumers from these kind of deals is very obfuscated. And if you just watched the pre-launch announcements or the trailers, and if you played the game and didn't really read the credits, you would be under the impression that it was made by 343 with assistance, as opposed to the bulk of it was done here and then additionals were done elsewhere. So that's what makes the kind of it difficult to theory craft how much involvement. I mean, 220 people is small for a AAA team, but fucking massive for a indie to mid-sized team. So, like, a 200-person studio would, if they kind of broke their backs a little bit, be able to hit AAA standard. but would be monstrous overkill for an indie tier project. So that's where I'm like,
So if a company has something established as Gearbox does with Borderlands 3,
yeah,
would then a smaller team of about that size comfortably be able to come in and make a game with all of the things that are already in place, assuming that they just have to crack in some new art assets? I'm assuming most of the stuff under the hood was just tweaked for what they needed for the game, but the engine was the same.
It's possible. The pre-sequel was done in that manner.
Okay.
So the pre-sequel was the Borderlands 2 engine with, I don't know if it had writing direction from, but with overarching stuff from Gearbox, but it was developed by another studio. A lot of people said it felt weird and different, and that's one of the interesting thing in games, is that you can feel when it's made by a different team,
It was.
but you can't put your finger on it because games don't translate in a way that you can point to.
It was arguably what made me initially stop playing Borderlands, just because the shift to pre-sequel felt so jarring. It was very, very different.
I'm sorry, I'm reading on Lost Boys Interactive, which I believe is the studio, which was founded in 2017. And I'm trying to find a little bit more on...
Gotcha. Fearless is saying, I think around 200 people you have, most of the people focusing on the main project and a number of people working on a side project that doesn't have as big a demands. Like running an old engine and reused assets.
I disagree. A standalone studio, so you've got, what? 15... Ideally, you've got 15 non-development staff. So that is, you know, front desk, HR, finance, and that depends on whether they have internal comms. And then, I mean, then the split is dependent on how they do the project. How many artists, how many coders, how many animators, like, do they have in-house audio? Do they have in-house QA? Like, 200 people fills up real fast.
Yeah, actually now if we're, because like, I think generally a lot of people think about, you know, you got a bunch of devs just standing around, but then you have that whole support team that goes into the business of producing and making and getting the title out.
Right, it's a whole thing. Now I'm trying to find lists of titles that that Lost Boys Interactive have done. So they've done Zepok, a colony-based sim set in a zombie apocalypse. Okay, this is... I mean, did this drop? Sorry, I'm trying to find more information because it can be difficult with teams like this to find out. Yeah, see, these guys, they have not... It could be a confusing lead. Sometimes if you can get a sense of the previous projects, they can give us like a setup. Now, Kimball says, chances are that the narrative came from the main studio and the grunt work was done by the co-dev team. That would make sense. If that was the case, then that would lead me to believe that the co-dev team probably had an in-house QA, which, I mean, that's like, what, 15 to 20 people? AAA gets ridiculous because you get, like, specialization within specialization. So, you know, when you've got a team of, like, what, one main graphics programmer, and 5 people feeding into that team, and then, like, even with an established engine, you still need engine people. God, and like how much? God, yeah.
Well, it makes me wonder too. Like when we get down to things like voice acting, I mean, those are essentially like Gearbox probably brought in the voice actors into their studios. Like I can't imagine.
Yeah.
Maybe the team of 200 has a voice acting studio included, but those are all the other things too, like sound design, voice acting, like beyond just the engine usage.
Sorry, apologies. I was trying to look for a thing and then I get scary emails looking scary. I don't think Gearbox would be doing internal VO. They'd be doing external, but they probably have the recording setups themselves.
Okay.
Now, this is pure theory crafting. I do not know anything. I've been lucky enough to hang out with David Eddings a couple of times, who is the voice of Claptrap. And he was not brought back for Borderlands 3 and for other elements.
Mm-hmm.
And he started as an internal member of the team.
Huh.
So, now I'd have to check, but by my understanding, he was part of Gearbox and just did the voice of Claptrap internal. Which is why Claptrap was used so much in the first game, because they didn't have to pay him any extra. It is not uncommon, it's 100% common for film and television, and it's not uncommon in video games for you to have your likeness rights be part of your contract. Now, usually this is done so that if they do like a documentary or a filming of, or take some pictures of the studio, that they don't have to pay you additionally for your face being in the background.
So what I'm hearing is we're going to have a Willimus documentary soon?
They can do whatever the fuck they want. I signed away my rights on that one. I was not paid extra to become Sonic canon. And sadly, not to throw spoilers in, I am not in the Sonic the Hedgehog movie.
Not yet, anyways.
Yet. I'm just waiting for that call, Mr. Sega. As a small aside, what makes me really happy is that the Sega big logo now includes all their games from across the years, including Shogun 2. And so when we went to see Sonic and the big words popped up, I could look at it and be like, I made that! I worked on that! My name's on that!
Hell yeah.
Viking Blonde the Hedgehog.
Viking Blonde the Hedgehog.
I've not Googled that, and frankly, I'm not going to.
Will the Hedgehog. Probably super edgy, carries a knife, drinks coffee.
God, maybe it's like with Urban Dictionary, though. Maybe they did like a pass where they just made everybody really nice avatars. There used to be this thing back in the day, because if you haven't heard of it, Urban Dictionary is a website for translating colloquialisms. Let's call them that. Colloquialisms. Usually cuss words. And for a while, because the way they did their like Wikipedia-style editation, you could add someone's name, their full-ass name, and then write shit about them. And so that used to be a party game, is type your name into Urban Dictionary and see what comes up. A few years back, I do not know when, they did a pass, and they cleared out all the nasty stuff and only left up really nice compliments about people. So if you go into Urban Dictionary and type your name, 9 times out of 10 you get a great compliment.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, okay. So Zpoc is/was a colony building zombie survival game that was originally made by Lost Boys Interactive and appears to be their only listed game. Like,
I'm just reading my description on Urban Dictionary.
is it bad?
No, it's good.
And when you consider the colloquialisms that your first name is used for in certain circles, you gotta wonder.
The credits for Tiny Tina's are 27 minutes long. I'm not surprised because they probably put everybody's name from both or all companies that they worked with on that screen.
Hey, I'm all for stupidly long credits in video games, though I do feel like that's the time where the team should be allowed to have some fun.
Mm-hmm.
If you've not played through it, God Hand, or I guess also Bayonetta, that's how you do credits. Like, don't get me wrong, interactive credits, fun. And what was it? Rogue Warrior, a Mickey Rourke third-person action vehicle, where they hip-hop remixed all his cussing for the ending track.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was
nice.
real fun.
Nice.
And of course, like, actually I can't say that. When you finally get to the credits of Nier Automata, oh boy. But no, seriously, look up the credits for God Hand. They just mocap someone doing a ridiculous over-the-top dance number, and then just put every character over in the background of it, and just had this great kind of like, this great break it down. It worked better with Bayonetta because of the dancing thematics, but
Yeah, okay, so by my understanding, Lost Boys Interactive have only released one game that I have never heard of.
I enjoy that you're still on this.
Yeah, well, and when you look at the assets, it's like Zeepoch is the Unity default box face assets in a zombie survival base building sim.
What was the company that Sony recently acquired that has made no games? They literally, like, this was very recent news. There's a company that they just acquired that has made no games.
My brain immediately went, Kojima Productions? Death Stranding isn't a game, it's a new genre.
It's a lifestyle, man.
Aiden was asking if they can join this game for 5 minutes without being given a cool game idea. Oh, you weren't here for the donut dating game.
Yeah, Vampire Donuts, woo!
Vampire Donuts, the last hole.
Oh my.
We can do better.
Oh my.
So Kymble says, looking at the credits, they had a mix of people, but not many are credited. No.
Interesting.
We do need to get better about how we credit people outside of. We don't really have a good IMDb equivalent for games. Moby Games is not good. Like, it's not good. It needs to be better. And you can list games on IMDb, but it's a real stodgy process. I had to do it for BAFTA. So, because even if you're making video games, you still have to submit your IMDb page to become a member. Let me tell you, that is the most painful experience I've ever had to do, is adding myself and a bunch of game credits. Oh, look at me! I was this on this! Oh, that's great! But yeah, okay, so far as I can tell, Lost Boys Interactive have only produced one game. And
have they though? Because like, have we actually found this game, or is it they like? Because what I'm seeing is they made something, they produced something, pitched it to Gearbox, and then completely fucked off from that and just went to work on the Gearbox project.
It really does look like that. It also seems like their social media is a fucking disaster. So, I don't know, maybe this is like another Randy Pitchford special. Maybe he's just been like, oh, you're my mates from down the road. Oh, I'm just gonna buy this. Because that's how Randy sounds in my head.
They've only existed since 2017. Okay, so this definitely feels like we made a project to get picked up by somebody sort of situation.
I mean, I'd agree with you, but if you look at Zeepoch, sorry, I can't bring it into to chat. If anyone wants to drop a link in, but I mean, and friends, feel free to join me on this research diary. But
can you download it? There's a ModDB site. Is it a mod?
ModDB lets you put in like full time. Okay, so
full
this
title.
is, I mean, so far as I understand, like Lost Boys, World Zeepoch.
Microsoft Windows is what it was released on. It says that.
So it's here.
Zeepoch.
Expand, defend, survive. But there's no product pages. Like, I don't seem to be able to find on any of their socials. Like, I don't seem to be able to find a link through. And the assets that I'm seeing from this...
Yes, just any link, thank you.
Like, I mean, we're getting assets like that. And for those of you who can't see it, it's very, like, Unity stock asset with some interesting filters, but there's nothing to this. There's nothing to this that screams by us. You know, the blocky art style, the general element of it. This feels like my first team's game.
Yeah.
It looks like it could be a successful commercial product, but you see these boxy kind of figures.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I can show these to the camera. So you see these little boxy figures here. I know, how interesting. I'm just showing you my phone while we're live. That's a very commonly used Unity asset pack. Now, for a consumer game, that's fine. I worked on a project that used those and then used those as the base and then customized them. And it worked really well. But if your goal was to be acquired, you'd want to do high quality assets that would never actually have to run in a game. You want big, bombastic, high poly nonsense, mocked up screenshots. You want proof of concepts. You want work in progress.
That, though, I feel like you could argue looks pretty good for what it is.
To a consumer.
Yeah.
But if your goal was to be bought by another games company, then they'd see and be like, oh, you just took the Unity assets. Oh, and you put some filters over it.
So here's my question. How would they necessarily know that these are Unity assets? And the reason that I ask this is specifically because, like, random side note, I made a YouTube video at one point, and very recently I was watching a YouTube video by a much larger production company that used some of the same B-roll that I had found online.
Okay.
In their video. So how likely is it that a large-scale developer that's got way more going on is gonna notice that you rip stock stuff?
I mean,
do they have people for that?
Those particular assets are extremely common, but you're right.
Okay.
It is possible that, like, if you've not been in the Unity space, that you might not be aware of it. And as Sailor's pointing out, there's been no development updates since 2018.
Okay.
Which would fit with them being brought in for pre-production for Borderlands, Tiny Tina's Dice Explosion, or whatever it's called.
Dice Explosion!
I actually think that's a better title.
That's going to be the Torg expansion.
I think Torg's in it, at least by my understanding. Sorry, forgive me for tippy-tapping on this. You all have given me like a research rabbit hole. Like, one of the reasons why
pulling on that thread.
Absolutely. One of the reasons why I love doing this is because I would do this just by myself. I'd find a developer that was like an anomaly just through research or whatever, and then I'd be like, all right, who are they? Where do they come from? And where is the money?
Yeah.
Because if you know who's making it and you know where the cash is coming from, then you have a very good understanding.
That's the part that I'm interested there. Is because they used a bunch of free stuff, I'm wondering if they even had money, or if they just had an in and utilized that in.
Yeah. We also don't know how they've scaled employments. Good point. Salen's saying it's possible that Sean had a relationship with Pitchford from his Sega days. That's a very good point. The Sega of America crew was very tight-knit before they got glassed from space. I haven't actually looked to see what the status of Sega of America is these days, because the Sonic Boom debacle, cartoon's so good.
Could you say that the Sonic Boom might have blown up a bit? All day, we're here all day, folks.
Glassed from space. Glassed. A high sci-fi term of high energy weapons hitting a planet, and the power of said weapon being so much as to turn rocks into glass, therefore glassing a planet. Was used a lot in Halo as a terminology for, like, you know, orbital weapons being used. Sega America was moved at some point from its San Francisco office to another place. And very, very few people were brought with them during that move. So technically, Sega America was never killed. But, like, I don't want to... It's my second reference to the ship of Theseus today. But, you know, if you put a Sonic sticker on the side of a ship that's a completely new ship, is it still the same boat? Would a pint glass land, or would it just melt? Now I need to know.
I think it would melt in re-entry.
Fearless was saying that Floyd's discussion of the animation in the Sonic series explained a lot about why Sonic Boom didn't take off the way others did, despite looking better and being easier for professionals to animate. They were harder for amateurs to draw. The game was also hot dog shite.
Yeah, let's not forget that part.
You are not wrong. Well, I guess Floydo's not wrong, but your point is not invalid. The character designs for Sonic Boom were far more complicated and made it way more difficult for users to kind of relate. There was almost too much personality put into the characters and did make it very hard for people to relate and to recreate as part of Sonic fandom. The game also sucked garbage through a hose. It was huffing the bad paint. It was not good.
That's a statement.
Yeah. Now, I didn't have any involvement with the Sega products at the time. I can't comment. But one of the things that's very interesting is that if you look at the quality of production on the Sonic Boom cartoon, which, by the way, is fucking brilliant. Like, I don't get to talk about Knuckles being a feminist icon as much as I'd like to in polite conversation. Watch Sonic Boom. Knuckles is the best. But the game was not up to the same scratch of quality, and it was almost like pre-production on the cartoon had begun well in advance of its timeline, but Sonic Boom, the game's production, had begun way too late, and they created a subpar product, but with a subpar product with a comparable product which was much higher. So it wasn't just like Sonic 06. It was like if Sonic 06 had come out at the same time as the new Sonic movie. And the new Sonic movie, by the way, is fucking brilliant. It might win best use of Pantera in a movie yet. I'd say that unironically. I legit mean that. Okay. Saitlin says, whoever Lost Boys Interactive is, they sure don't have a web dev on staff. The Zpoc site is crappy, abandoned WordPress install, and their current studio page is Wix. Now, they should have used Squarespace. Squarespace, the website that lets you make another website. I guess. They didn't sponsor me. Fucking Squarespace.
Or they did in the future, and we'll just tack that onto this video.
That's the pitch. Use Squarespace, I guess. Catastrophe says, I remember hearing that one of Sonic Boom's issues was that it was made in CryEngine. Was Sonic Boom made in CryEngine? What the fuck? I have to Google this.
Sonic Boom.
I have to Google this.
Where you got your tiny Game Boy thing?
I do. It's a totally legit piece of hardware. So I'll show it to you once we're off air.
Yeah.
Because Park Programs was saying the company who's handing those out might not be a good company. They might be bad people. The thing, their pitch was really good, but they might not be good. So, okay, I guess if I'm not saying the company, I can talk about what they were pitching. So, I'll just cover the logo up so that my poor editor Skadi doesn't feel like they have to go in and blur it out. All right, so the logo's covered. So Skadi, you're good. You're good. So these were being given out at GDC. And this contains 400 totally legit, not at all knockoff games that were absolutely not just loaded onto an emulation machine and then handed out. The company in question had a really good pitch, which was whenever you have to do rush builds, like rush compiles, they'll just let you use their server farms to do a speedy job of it. So, you know, it's the 11th hour. That last bug that would have broken the entire project has been filled, and all you got to do is compile and submit. Except, you don't have enough power to get that done in-house, so you just go, boof. Okay, Sonic Boom.
Sonic Boom was even in a Crytek tech demo trailer. Damn.
Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric was made in CryEngine. People also search for Got It, Unity, and Game Maker. Now, why? I mean, friends, if you want to go into the details to why CryEngine is not a fun engine to work with, I'm happy to talk about it. But I know a lot of you who hang out here a lot either have your own CryEngine war stories or have heard me rave about it left and right and center. Now, what was the good game? Is it Sonic Unlimited? No, that's the... Sonic Unlimited... Sonic Generations was good. Sonic Mania.
Sonic 1. That was the good game.
Sonic Mania is literally made in the Retro Engine, a multi-platform game engine developed by an Australian programmer, Christian Whitehead, known best for its use in the Sonic the Hedgehog series.
What was your? Did you have a Sega? What was your first Sonic?
Oh God! Wait, first one I owned or first one I played?
First one you owned.
that would actually have been Sonic 1 on the Mega Drive or the Genesis, because it came in one of those like 4-in-1 cartridges. It had Shinobi 2, the one that had Spider-Man and the Incredible Hulk in. It had Sonic 1 and then a couple of games you didn't give a fuck about.
Why is there a human next to a pet noodle?
The box, it came with one game, and there was the choice between Sonic, I think it was like Sonic 3 and Sonic Pinball, and she got Sonic Pinball for me.
Okay, Sonic Spinball is an incredible game. And I was actually, I tried playing the...
But when you want a real Sonic experience, and you see your friends playing Sonic, and then you get some freaking pinball as a kid... Yeah, I don't like pinball to this day.
Also, even for a pinball game, it's hard as
It's
balls.
hard! It's hard! It's so hard! It was not fun as a kid.
Also, Favor 6, thank you for the 300. This individual you may know digitally, this is Aperios. Aperios Unlimited, if we're doing full names. The formal! The Duke of London would like to welcome Earl Aperios Unlimited to the ball.
That's how it's going to be when we go on stage.
Yeah, it's going to be a disaster in the best way. Okay, so in case you're wondering why Sonic Mania was so fucking good. So, this guy, the guy who would form, I want to say it was like Headcanon Studios, created a game engine to run on the Dreamcast to make fan-made Sonic games. In 2007, he then adapted and improved the engine from 2007 to now. Oh shit, this is going to be good. Okay, sorry, friends, this story has a happy ending. So he used it for Sonic Nexus, which I believe was his like fan game. Then he made an adaptation of Sonic CD, the one that went out on Xbox 360, PS3, everything. So that reboot of Sonic CD was on his engine. He then did Sonic the Hedgehog 1 and 2 for mobile devices and Apple TV. Again, in the retro engine. And then 4 years later, he did Sonic Mania. And that's feckin' brilliant. And Alnus is adding that he basically sent him a demo of Sonic CD saying, I can do this, let's talk. Oh, my editor's like, what calls me from my editing void? I covered up the logo on the weird knockoff handheld so you don't have to blur it. But you may have seen, I think it was end of last week or beginning of this week, because time's a human construct and I'm a fucking nightmare. Sonic Origins was announced, which is going to be Sonic 1, 2, 3, Knuckles, and Sonic CD as a collection. And the whole thing... Oh, thank you! We'll do the 1 and 2. And this is... You can blame the... No, don't start at the end. You blame this on Aiden because he made the Link joke. So, enjoy some Zelda jams. But no, this makes me really happy because, like... a lot of people were questioning whether or not Sonic is just Sega is reselling their existing games. They're not. Like, they're being put together in this engine. Now, will they be using the original assets? Probably. There's no point trying to fucking redraw classic sprites unless you're going for a big HD remake. But no, that makes me real happy. Plus, for those of you who don't know, almost all of the digital re-releases of the Sonic games didn't include the lock-on functionality of Sonic and Knuckles. Yeah, Sega went wild for a bit. There's also a really interesting, there's a few really interesting documentaries about this, of how Sega of America and Sega of Japan got into like a ground war, and the Saturn and the 32X was basically the two different camps.
Yep.
Turns out, when you have a fight inside your own company, no one wins. But that's another story.
Nintendo wins.
Nintendo wins. But for those of you that didn't live through the weirdness of the Genesis / Mega Drive era, Sonic & Knuckles was a cartridge with a flip on the top. This little flap would open up and you could lock in another game. Different games that were unsupported would unlock generated bonus levels from Sonic 3's like weird isometric bauble collector. Yeah, but where the Tower of Power? No one was ready for the Tower of Power. But if you locked in Sonic 3, you could play through the whole game as Knuckles.
Or you could play through as Sonic and Tails. You could play through all of Sonic 3, and then all of Sonic and Knuckles. And then if you manage to get all the emeralds on both, you then unlock like a big, true final battle with the actual canonical ending.
Huh.
Now, make no mistake, the Sonic and Knuckles bonus levels were balls hard. Sorry, I should use a better terminology. My apologies.
Balls are squishy.
Yes, they are not good structural materials. Do not use testicles for armor. Yeah, the Tower of Power, Sonic CD, the Genesis, the 32X, Sonic and Knuckles, and Virtual Racing. All hail the Tower of Power. But for some, while that's a really cool feature, it's a really hard thing to support through just like post-launch emulation. And so it's most of the Sonic titles that were released on digital distribution did not have that functionality. So being able to replay Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles and try and get all the emeralds, get the proper feckin' run of it, because I managed it as a kid, but I cannot state how bullshit hard Sonic and Knuckles is. Even as a Sonic obsessive.
He's so obsessed, he's in the games.
It was the only way to hit Sonic with a stick. Let him know my dissatisfaction. Yeah, there's some behind-the-scenes lore there, friends. Wilhelmus' sword isn't actually sharpened. Mostly for fear that he would hurt himself. Oh, and I think if you just hit exclamation YouTube, you can check out. So for those who don't know, so Skadi Editor in chat has been the driving force behind the Longship YouTube channel not being a trash fire. So Skadi's been doing chapters for streams, so you can skip all of this usual pre-nonsense and go straight to games. And
Yeah, because this is the bad part, right? Like,
look, some of these poor buggers have to put up with me talking 5 days a week. I don't blame them. Oh, look, he's telling the same story again. Oh, games. But has also been responsible for like the Perun edit with Perun tier commentary that came out this week, and the videos where we've had like technical problems and stuff and things are broke, so they've like stitched them together and made it not a fucking disaster, which I'm so grateful for. Yeah, Jafar James, it's a practice sword, it's fine. But no, I'm genuinely excited to get a proper re-release, because I'm just... Sega's mishandling of their back catalogue definitely put them behind Nintendo in terms of like power of nostalgia into dollars. And I feel like they're finally starting to claw their way out.
I think Pokemon's the winner there.
Yes.
Pokemon makes more money than Nintendo.
Yes.
So
Pikachu makes more money.
the clear winner there.
And they've done it by very carefully maintaining their back catalogue and their the brand identity.
Yeah, their re-releases are bangers. They do them at the right times, in between major title drops. They license in the right ways. Their collectibles are off the charts. Like,
yeah.
There's a freaking I don't know if y'all know this. There's a place where you can go order custom Pokemon dress shirts. You can get a custom.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're custom Pokemon dress shirts, and they're really nice.
Why do I always find out this shit when I'm poor? Like, why isn't it when I'm flush?
You can even get Pokemons across the whole thing, and then a different Pokemon for the pocket if you want. Like, you can mix and match. Like, it's really cool.
I would so get a Tepig dress shirt. Get like a nice decent suit, Tepig dress shirt. Let's go.
I'll see if Tepig's on there real quick.
Okay, yeah, don't get my hopes up too soon. But no, it is worth mentioning, like, how Pokemon maintains their games, and they only do, they don't do just like casual re-releases, which has maintained the value of those games. Now,
yeah.
Obviously, being this Twitch.television, we would never ever condone emulation or piracy. Well, I guess not emulation. We would never ever condone piracy. Not even however. I've heard whispered tales, fictional stories across a campfire that, individuals throughout the years have, emulated Pokemon games and played them in that manner. But what's been really interesting is listening to how those people end up spending so much money in that ecosystem. As opposed to, for those of you who don't know, Sega went through a phase of selling their old games for dirt cheap. Especially during the end of the last PC gaming cycle, the pre-Steam years. You know, the box product into dual case kind of years.
Yeah.
And what happened was they would sell 20 Sega games for $5 in a box. Because there was no understanding of the value of those games. You know, and those often included a bunch of Sonic the Hedgehog games, a bunch of Shinobi, you know, Echo the Dolphin, stuff like that. And these are games that, if properly maintained, have huge value in re-releases. And I know this brings us back into a conversation we've had many times about, you know, selling and reselling the same games to people and, you know, the value of art. But, you know, if Zelda as a franchise has shown us anything, it's that people will buy re-releases and remasters of games they love.
Yeah. Well, that and there is something to be said about the generational, the generational, being able to pass the torch. So for instance, when me and Esther were starting to date, Audrey, our nibbling, was just born.
Yeah.
And she, 10, 11 years ago, didn't know anything about Skyrim. Played a little bit of Skyrim when she was a baby or whatever, but grew up.
Yeah.
They've now re-released it, so she can actually play the game that we have been playing for the last 10 years and kind of understand why we were excited about that, why we were interested, what it means, why everybody's so interested in the next Elder Scrolls or that space one that I can't remember the name of right now that's coming out at the end of the year.
Yeah, Todd Howard's Spacey Space Times or whatever.
But I think it's important, especially generationally, where it's remakes and remasters are super key, especially if they stay pretty much so for I know Blizzard's in hot water right now, but the Diablo 2 remaster was technically really good. It was literally just a fresh coat of paint for a new generation with some quality of life improvements with the old code. That's it. Ship it. Send it. We're good.
Fuck yeah. I think the reason it doesn't get discussed as much is just because...
Starfield, thank you.
No, that's the cat.
Oh, yes.
He hates Space Mondays. Loves lasagna. Starfield. Might be a hallucination. Fuck, I'm sorry. I am actually apologizing for that joke.
Where's Tepik from?
Is Tepik from Black and White?
Honan, Shinon, Johto, Kanto? What region is Tepik from? Oh god.
I don't know. I kicked the... after
you own 900 of them. How do you not know?
After you crush a few regions, you stop keeping track. And of what over it. We're trying to work out which Pokemon region Tepig's from. There we go. Aiden and Alnus right.
Okay. They don't have Unova on here. They have Kanto, Johto, Honan, and Shino. So soon, I'm sure it will be.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on it. Like no one ever was. The not New York one. Yeah. I mean, Sword and Shield has set a massive standard. And then I haven't had a chance to play Arcturus, but that was the game I desperately wanted. What was it? The Pokemon Dark, Pokemon Shadow to be. But that one, you just have to steal other people's Pokemon, and it was a bit unsettling. And today, Jackie has put Hammer to Steel.
Well, as far as Pokemon goes, honestly, I was super excited about the last game that came out, the last main one in the cycle.
Yeah.
But the next one that they've announced that it's going to be a similar formula, but kind of more what we're used to, excites me because I really like the idea of the free running around and just kind of throwing Pokeballs and doing all this stuff naturally in a world.
Yeah.
And to have that be in a more modern setting, that's going to be fantastic. I love the idea of the Pokemon battle just happening right where you're at. It's so cool.
I'm fucking down for that. It also means especially when you're busting out the big legendaries, make it everyone else's problem.
Oh, somebody wants the link for the Pokemon shirts. I'll go grab it.
Chuck it on in. Also, do you want some water or some tea or something? With two of us, I can actually go and make beverages. I can play
water. I might get a coffee in a second.
Alright, I'll pop the kettle on and I'll get some water. I'll leave you with these Okay, now. The last time I left you all alone with somebody, they only got promoted to Queen, so no mischief. Stop it. Don't encourage them. You lot, behave. I'll be back in a second.
So I don't know if that one's specifically the Pokemon that I was on, but that's going to be a link to the shirts. You can customize them with whatever Pokemon you want. The really cool thing is that you can pick the Pokemon, and then they will have like a special pattern or design that goes with the Pokemon. I think they've done a really good job on them. He's gonna cause chaos. All right, just let me hit some buttons here. What's this one do? Unlike Will, I will admit it's a cult. I'm not above that. Because it is a cult. Where is the... There's nothing to press in here. Hey! I'll let him take the shock when he gets back. Hit button, hit button, hit button. All the Gundams fall over. Oh yeah, I was gonna count how many he had over here. Clanker Crusher, hello, hello. Welcome on in, everybody.
A clut.
Hey, kicking out the sub to a cult leader. Hell yeah. It's really weird. I'm not used to this. I'm used to this. I'm not used to this. More Gundam! Yeah, I think he's getting like a little setup here. I'd imagine a camera's gonna go in that. You can watch him paint and stuff. Oh, it spins!
It's the totally not a cult.
Is that a light? That is a light. Huh. That's a fun little toy. Oh man. Got myself a Twitter follow. Heck yeah, thank you. I need more of those. People tell me I should be on Twitter. And then I don't. Because I'm on Instagram. But I'm also on Twitter. Thank you so much. My Instagram is far more active, mostly because pictures are easier than writing out sentences. I think that has a lot to do with it. I also don't have my glasses. I need to go get my glasses after he gets back. It's gotta happen. I'm also eyeballing this last donut. Alright, so what normally happens around here? He plays a game, right? Alright, we're just gonna boot up an indie game. Longship take over Instagram? Could be. I don't know if the Longship has an Instagram. It should, though. That's what I think. Not that Will needs more work. A redhead cult. I can get behind that.
How much trouble have you lot gotten into?
Oh no, I got water. I got a bottle of water. I appreciate you though.
Fine, I'll take it back.
Thank you.
Drink it myself. It's a fucking train!
No, man.
Is there no train here?
No train here.
Oh, it's the imaginary train.
What button do I hit?
That one.
Hey.
The button for the
I
home.
mean, you told me not to hit buttons, so.
You know what? I did that. And see which mischief makers started this. All I can see is Andor.
Why do you have your alerts so small? How do you do this? How do you live like this, man?
I asked myself this many times. Many times. And I'm sorry. Well, and all of you have chucked in cheers. I guess I'm being sensible and actually having some water myself.
Hell yeah. H2O.
H2, yo.
Yo.
God. Okay, so the game I picked out for today absolutely does not match our energy. There's too much chaos. So,
While you do this, I do need to run downstairs and get my glasses.
okay.
I do need to take a list.
I see no train here.
So to
You
avoid
must be
causing
imagining it.
dog chaos,
Dog chaos.
that's the one that gets you in and out.
Dope.
All right, so it's just me, friends. I know. However, will you all cope?
And Fearless, thank you kindly, friend. Oh, lordy, lordy, what a day. What a day. I saw a cool thing. I saw a cool thing that's coming out on Wednesday morning. So hopefully you all enjoy that and it's not a complete and utter disaster. God is open. Oh, and Jupiter, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. What are your chaos options? Is there a chaos
the
tasting
Teenage
menu?
Mutant Ninja Turtles,
Yo!
our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Andorf, that's really fucking cool of you. So Andorf, in true Housecarl fashion, just took one arrow and loosed it to the sky, hoping it might find its mark. And it hit Wallosaurus, which is a very good friend that I used to work with at the Creative Assembly with, who is a very cool person. So, feckin' your friends. Had a whole train, whole shebang. I'm absolutely not prepared today because I should have had the Pokemon music going. Fiona's getting ready for the Poke Crawl to start in proper over in PAX West. No, PAX East. Feckin' time travel. PAX Boston. So I got to see a couple of preview behind the scenes. Also doing a good job of making sure I send Fiona repeatedly pictures of the animals just to remind her the babies that she has abandoned. I know, I'm being a jerk. Oh. And I do want to say again, like, you all have chucked in so much already today. Like, seriously, all of you, I can thank you. I don't want to tell you how stressed I was when we pushed the go live button today. The reason I put Chaos Day the 2nd is I was like, you know what? If I'm gonna have a full-on meltdown, I at least want it to be pre-announced. But this has been a fucking lovely day already, and we'll have a chat about what it is that we're going to have a crack at. Via Kuaz. There are a couple of titles. The puppies have awoken. No, go back to sleep, dogs. It's just Imperios, you're just coming back. Sorry. Yeah, just TLDR. This morning sucked. You all are fucking lovely. Thank you for bearing with me, alright? I mean, I was going to say I don't know what I'd do without you lot, but I know exactly what I'd do without you lot, which is be destitute, homeless, and miserable. So I won't cheers, because cheersing with water is bad luck, but I will certainly celebrate. Oh yes, I was looking at titles we can have a jam around on, because we could play something like well thought out, feelsy, the whole shebang. Like we have the capacity to do so, but I'm trying to decide if we should play something together, or if we should just have a crack at something weird, or oh, that's way cool. No, Jafar James, like, thank you for giving Imperios a follow. Like, just emerges around the corner. Because Imperios has left and come back, Amos's excitement is rekindled. A tale of donuts and chaos eternally retold. Maybe Arbris would be good today. Ooh.
Yeah, smell my ass, dog.
Did you all hear that? Consummate professional.
This ain't my show.
Just here to sow chaos and have fun. I wonder. Okay, so the game that I had lined up for today is called. I want to see if it's like Sephone. It's made by the same team that made the genre-jumping Anodyne series, and it's. I don't know how to describe it. Like slow-paced, queer-coded Sonic heroes on the edge of space-time. And it looks fascinating. It's really kind of in capturing that, like, exploring alien worlds with a really fluid movement system. But I wonder if that's a day where we need to sit with it more. Like, I don't know, I've got more kind of humor, chaos energy in my bones right now. So the two that I'm looking at as potentials as well. So there's a game called I want to call it Arbris. I think it's Arbris, where you build machines that will destroy the absolute hot feck out of varying buildings. It looks ridiculous and fun and feckin' really pretty for like a construct and destroy sort of game. Then, dear friends, the other one I have is a game that you may have heard of called Heavenly Bodies. It is not a dating game. It is not a hot steamy game. It's queue up in space. It is two spacemen, or one, if you want to play it single player, attempting to do a series of basic tasks without dying. But all you can control are their two arms grabbing onto things. So it has potential to be messy chaos. Jafar James, I'm sorry, it's not a dating game. You know, I got your hopes up with all that dinosaur. Dinosaur? There's a dinosaur dating game already, right?
Dinosaur vampire donuts, what?
Oh, does our dating game get more complicated each time?
That's how dating goes.
Oh, so I was just chatting with people. So I was tempted between Arbris, Heavenly Bodies, and this was the game I had lined up for us. So, wait. Counting my Gundams.
Are there any hiding behind these?
Yes.
Okay. How many you got? I count 37.
Too many. Amos, come
Go
here.
away.
Because there's also a box of them. Amos, come here. Amos, come here. Amos, with me. Alright. You could talk to these lovely people for a second.
Haha!
Amos, come outside, boy.
Have you heard of Depth? That game looks fun to play. I haven't heard of Depth. Please, leave a very long description of what Depth is in the chat. I would appreciate it. Long and detailed. It's Gravity Quap. Oh! I heard him from the other room saying something about a weird sort of game. Apparently the game today that we were gonna be checking out is not up to our energy at the moment.
Amos, I love you.
Hey, it's Amos!
Love you, boy. Why are you a fucking disaster?
Hey boy, I know. It's exciting, there's a person here.
Yep.
But you gotta go.
No, he's alright for a second.
Oh, is he? Has he been outside?
He's just been outside, and I'll go give him some water in a sec. Of course,
yeah.
now River wants to come hang out.
Oh, yeah.
The true star of the show. He's not for doggies, not for doggies. Look at this little face. Look at this little face.
You can't have donuts.
This little face that causes me to roll into abject despair twice a day.
Hey, Andrew. I like that.
Amos, out of there.
In depth.
Amos, come on, buddy. All right, now we're gonna go out here. Let me give you some water. If you don't mind talking to these lovely people.
Oh no. No.
I'm supposed to be doing a battle with Sadlin on Saturday to decide whether or not more depth happens. But so yeah, Sadlin, I need to scheme with you better, because currently the best times that we should do a thing is during the day. I mean, Amos is quite active now, but usually he's kind of like from about like noon till about like 3 or 4, he's fine. But if the tournament is going on when he hits chaos mode, which is usually either 8 or 9 o'clock at night, I'll die. Chaos mode last night.
We'll just die.
But the only reason I didn't drink myself into oblivion is the idea of trying to handle all of this with a hangover. That would be my actual expiration. That's, you know, and Will was returned to his home planet, and I just drift upwards. So yeah, Amos, come on, out of here. Come on. All right, I'll be back in a sec.
All right. Are you playing? Are you racing in depth? What's the race? What's happening? What's going on? Oh God. Are we in the right category? Are we in just chatting? You've got a weird setup. I don't know. I can't see anything. Take the boy out to poop. Hey, you. I see you. You do that often? You just sit there and kind of stare? The bet is raised to 10 and Dreamcast Soul Calibur. I win and get more depth. Will wins, he gets Tepix. Hey, that sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good. Tell you what. And is it the Soul Calibur on the Dreamcast with Dreamcast controllers? Because that right there. Again, we do not condone piracy on this here Twitch.television, but yo, your Dreamcast may or may not be region encoded, and you may or may not be able to just burn CDs of ISOs. Maybe. So, if you find yourself a cheap Dreamcast, I tell you what. I think the last time I bought a Dreamcast, it was $30. I don't know if I would get that lucky now. All original hardware, yes. See, that's one of the ones that I want to collect again. Because man, yeah, Dreamcast is pretty good. Dreamcast is a great system. It's like top-down camera. I gotta be like way down here. Crux is saying you want the VO or V1 boards. In V2 they changed stuff. Oh, interesting. Okay, gotcha. It's a game. It's a game that you play on console or PC. So many games. I'm just waiting for that Gundam Evolution playtest to come back. And one alpha that has a very, very heavy NDA that I can't talk about, but was really good. I'll say that much. Correct is saying so you can't mod them, use an SD card with V2, for example. I don't know if burn discs were not with V2 either. Yeah, I don't know. But again, we don't condone that there. Piracy. Just a fun fact for anyone interested. No, that's cool. Original Soul Calibur is great. I remember it as Soul Edge way back in the day. Summer Gamer says, the one where Will gets terrified because of the incredibly cute creatures called sharks. Sharks aren't that bad. Although, I didn't live where they were a problem. I lived up here. Again, sorry, this is strange. I want to move the placement of the camera so bad. The backup, of course. The backups of the physical copies of the games that you have.
100%. And wow, that gets into a much longer conversation about emulation and esports tournaments and all sorts of other stuff that I could talk for a long time about. I want the camera under the camera, but it's in a smart spot. Don't get me wrong. This has nothing to do with placement at all. I just keep like, I look over and realize that I'm not looking at the camera, and it's like a mental thing. Move it anyway. No. What? Hey! Thank you, Samurai Gamer. Thank you for that sub. Hell yeah. With Prime, how does he do his announcements? Burr, 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 burr. Samurai Gamer sub. Burr, 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 burr. I think you'll get your streak back. Hopefully you get your you got your. Oh, hello. Hi, River. Woo. All right, go on. You're adorable, but you gotta go too, because you're gonna teach him bad habits. Go on. Go on. Go on. Go on. You're gonna teach the young one bad habits. That's a donut. You can't have that either. Aww. River coming in to say hi. I assume they don't want River in here, because that would teach Amos to come in here. Hello, how you doing? I am, in fact, Will Overguard. Hello and welcome to the stream that is Viking Blonde _ Have I checked my Steam gifts? No, I haven't. I haven't opened up Steam in a while. Honestly, it's probably been like 2 weeks since I played a game. Maybe like a week and a half. I played some Gundam Evolution and some Elden Ring was like the last thing I played. I need to finish that though. Oh, hello. Welcome back. I did my I did my what is it?
Congratulatory maneuver. It seems like yeah, Stammering got an extra special welcome.
Interpretation? No. What's that thing where you do somebody's voice? Is it an interpretation?
Impression.
Impression, thank you. I did my impression of you, so we made it through.
Well, no, and again, dude, like, thank you for coming hanging out today.
Yeah.
Like, it's great to get the banter going.
We had Triple Two, hello. What's up? How you doing?
Everybody's here now. I actually went months without playing video games, and that's fair.
I was just talking about how, like, I haven't popped on my Steam for a while, specifically because, like, near the end of Elden Ring, probably gonna pop back on and finish it. Nothing else has been compelling. Nothing like. It's been kind of interesting, like, and I don't feel weird about it. Like before, I would feel weird where I'm like, I'm not playing anything. I gotta be playing something, and now it's like, I really enjoyed Elden Ring. I can take a break. I really enjoyed the Overwatch, or the Gundam Evolution Overwatch beta. Like, yeah, I can take a little break, but like, I am actually waiting for that to come back. That was really good.
I mean, I'm hoping my life is less disaster tier, so I can actually join in more. Because what you all saw me play online, that was literally the only section that I got.
Oof. Yeah.
There's also the Gundam Battle Operations, which I am literally the only person excited for.
So the OG Gundam, what is that Gundam called? Because they just call it Gundam in the game.
Oh, it's the RX-78.
Okay, and that's the one with the flail and the shield.
That's
and
the Mac
rifle.
Daddy.
I got 42 kills with that because it's so simple. You throw spike ball, break shield, pop them in the head, and they're dead. It is so strong.
I mean, as he feckin' should be.
God, I used to hear stories about like the arguments. When Gundam was first put forward, they called it was the real robot genre, and then they added some weird weapons into it, and the early we're talking like like first wave Gundam fans got really mad because the genre was real robot, but yet now the Gundam has a jet-powered flail mace, and the rocket fist was the one that made people very angry for some reason. And I don't know if it was retconned or if it was the intent, but one of the later vehicles, the rocket fist was actually controlled by wire, so there was like independent firing lasery hands.
Huh.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense you want it back.
Tunic's been the one that's getting a lot of people in.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to spending some time with that one.
Tunic looks neat because it seems like there is things for you to discover, especially with like the glyphs and stuff post game, or like through the game. I don't know exactly how the content flows, but it does look like there are things to do that is not just like point A to point B, play the game. It looks like there's fun little things to solve.
Okay. And I'm fecking down for that one. We loved Heaven's Vault and being able to actually translate the language ourselves. And when we sat down and actually did the translations for An Airport for Alien Run by Dogs, that was very rewarding and a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm in this weird space where like I get to play a lot of different stuff because I get to hang out with all these lovely mother hubbins, like all of you lot. But we've got a lot of really good long play stuff going on. So at the moment, we're doing Hades every week.
Yeah.
And, I mean, fuck, no one needs me to say, Hades is a very good game! Won every award ever for all time and fucking deserve to. And we've been having Sea of Thieves on Friday, which I didn't think was going to be a big thing for us. I can now chart my day based on when Rogue Jeffrey will pop up in arcade and be like, yo, anyone want to play some Sea of Thieves?
Chart? Like a boat?
Yeah.
Pun intended.
I would have left it to just Bob there and see if anyone had noticed. Yeah, I'm still doing it. No, I fucking love Sea of Thieves, despite the fact that it has a megalodon in it and it has sharks in. But the thing is, unless I fuck up, okay, there will come a time where I have to face those bastards, and I'm not looking forward to it. But if the ship stays sturdy, if I stay out the water, and if I can avoid it. I've had one instance where the shark was coming for me, and I managed to get out of the water and then shoot it in the face. Oh, and Sir John Bacon, what ho friend? I didn't say hi.
Hello and welcome.
Varble says, have you seen a new limited time adventure in Sea of Thieves? The last one we did, have they dropped the newest one? Bacon's usually my go-to source of info on like Sea of Thieves content. Because they've dropped some late game stuff for people that reach Pirate Legend. And that's my current goal. Like, full on One Piece style. Like, our little ship, we're going to become Pirate Legends. You have to get level 50 with 3 factions.
Damn.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to. You don't have to like dabble with PvP if you don't want to. But it's a lot of game.
That is a lot of game.
And you know what? I'm fucking down for it.
We've dealt with the Kraken yet?
I have dealt with the Kraken.
That's a lot of fun.
Now the pièce de résistance was getting into a ship-to-ship fight with another team, and they were good, but not good enough to feck up our day. And then the Kraken showed up, so both boats are now dead in the water, spinning, while the Kraken's trying to eat us, while both crews are trying to feck each other at the same time.
That's perfect.
Aww. Clank was said the stream's giving them old Hanging with Ket vibes from the olden days. I did love that. Like, that was the best part of a very weird point in my life. Because what would happen is Ket would let me use his rig during the day. I guess for those of you who are new, I got into streaming full-time because my life turned to shit very quickly. 50% of it was entirely my fault, and 50% of it was the fault of a particularly bad individual who shall remain nameless. But I end up living on my mate's sofa. Like, I have got no job prospects, I have no money, I am fucked. And Ket, or Slifter, who was in earlier, the person who would end up putting me up, let me basically live on his sofa, and then during the day, while he was at work, he let me use his PC to continue doing this with all of you lot. And it was feckin' cool. So what would happen is Ket would come home, and I'd wrap up the show with time enough to basically pass over to him. So we'd then swap seats, and I'd be in a little rickety seat, and then we'd just keep talking about game stuff. And then I got given this beast, the machine that powers it all. And so then what we did is we had the two computers like back to back. This tiny little room, 2 rigs, 2 desks. But then I could raid into Ketcho and then just walk around the desks and sit next to him. Hello, big girl. Hello, big girl. River, you're perfect and you have no flaws. Sorry, our friend Tobias says that every time Amos is being a terror. But Amos, stop it! River, you're perfect and have no flaws. I've started saying it now. But yeah, that was a really good time. Bible says the Shrouded Deep dropped today.
That's probably the the content for Sea of Thieves.
Oh, okay.
What's the hook? What is the hook for the Shrouded Deep?
Is it the next part? The Kuaz. Kyle's out. Fiona's at PAX East, and I think Ems is feeling too unwell to join tomorrow.
Damn.
So I haven't even started to put a crew together. Tobias is also at PAX East, so he can't join. But it's can I get a crew together and handle all of this that's going on? Because again, people keep offering help, and I've not had time to actually speak to them and say yes, please come. You were one of the few people. I think I've got a couple of friends coming over on Sunday just to hang and just to take the stress off of. And Salem maybe coming over Saturday. I just gotta
Coming to kick your ass at some Soul Calibur.
It's not even gonna be a fair fight. But it's like
You're gonna be playing some more depth.
I mean, I wasn't bad back in the day. It wasn't bad. It's fine. So yeah, it like jumping on the new content would be feckin' lovely. It's just the how. The how is the question. Because I'm definitely hooked. I don't know. I'll see if I can put together a ragtag crew of miscreants. But then it's. I mean, I guess if we start a little earlier and try and time it so we don't hit chaos, might not be awful.
That means you gotta go to sleep on time.
Fucking try. I mean, I'm exhausted with all the shit here. Anyway. Sorry, friends. I'm musing out loud. Did you want another coffee?
Yeah, I can get it.
All right.
You should talk to your folks.
All right. Let me.
This is your ship, damn it!
Yeah, but you can talk to these lovely mother hubbards, and that lets me.
Yeah, go pet the dogs. Oh, what are we gonna talk about? What's good? Y'all seen the Batman yet? No spoilers. I saw it. It was really good. I think it sets, personally, I thought it set a new precedent in what I expect from pacing, tone, and kind of like character discovery. So it is 45 days later. If you have HBO Max, it is actually now streaming. So it popped up on Monday. So if you can get your hands on an HBO Max login or something like that. So it's the Samurai Gamer. Actually, I've been thinking about that a lot actually. And after having watched Shang-Chi and realizing that wow, that was a fantastic Marvel movie, a lot of superhero movies or hero movies, whatever you want to call it, because Batman is kind of a superhero but not superhuman, so it's weird to call him a superhero, except he does roll with the Justice League, so it does get pretty super. Anyways, I have found that the better superhero movies are longer, just about 3 hours. And I think that has to do with them, in my personal opinion, being able to establish a character, tell you a bit of a backstory if they need to, because no spoilers, but they don't harp on the parents died sort of train. That wasn't the shtick to this one. This was like 2 years in. That you can find that out in the trailer. But it gives them more time to let things breathe.
for you to get into the characters, and then for you to actually get into the overarching thing. And then what I've been really loving about superhero movies lately is there's like, they lead you along on this thing, and then they somehow manage to one-up it and make it bigger by the end. So the hero is dealing with a much larger problem, which to me always gets me more interested, because you're like, oh yeah, you know, the hero is at the end, and then suddenly it's no longer the end because everything just explodes. Love it. I kind of love how they're doing that nowadays, like kind of giving the movies more room to breathe. Marbles. Yeah, Androp, and that's something that I think that, you know, like take the last Spider-Man movie, right? Sorry, not the last Spider-Man movie. The first one, Far From Home. They didn't really go into that. Like, I can understand why something like Into the Spider-Verse would, because like that was a beautiful telling of the you know, the Spider-Man creation mythos. But in the instance of something that's so established, you don't necessarily have to do it. The one movie that I wish I would have seen in theaters is actually Dune. I really wish I would have gotten a chance to see that in theaters, but it was still worth it to watch it at home. I'm also a big horror fan. There's been a couple good horror movies that have come out recently, so... Except for Halloween Kills. Man, I could rant for like an hour about Halloween Kills. So I won't start. But it's rough. Androp is saying, I just watched Dune at home, but I feel like the next one would be good to watch in theaters. Yeah, I would love to see it. I would love to see the next one in theaters, especially because this one was super, super gorgeous. The scale on everything too, immense. I would love to see a lot of those ships, especially like the wormhole ships in space, larger. That being said, if they do like a double feature, because I feel like that's the type of film that would be perfect for a double feature, even though it's kind of long. If you can do it with Lord of the Rings, you could do it with Dune. I'd watch them back to back in theaters. The other thing that I heard about Dune is I haven't read the books, but my fiance's mother is an avid reader and has read the books, you know, probably a long time ago. But she was saying that it is this Dune movie was the closest to how reading the Dune books felt, which, as a person that hasn't read them, I thought that was kind of like a fascinating statement, where you don't hear that very often, where it feels like you're watching the source material.
Welcome to Extended Coffee Hour.
Hell yeah!
We're getting into Dune.
God, it's kind of where it went.
Oh yeah, and look, friends, fancy and fresh, which is what my Yelp profile review should say, but it doesn't.
Batman's superpower is money in a lot of ways. Actually, part of why I really enjoyed this one is, no spoiler, but if you just look at scenes and stuff and like the trailer, Bruce Wayne in this is just like some goth kid who's like really reclusive, and he's very greasy, and like you can tell he doesn't get a lot of time to shower. Like they really go into that. He's not this like, hi, I'm Bruce Wayne, I'm super average normal guy after I get done being up for 26 hours beating up people and solving cases. No, they play into the realism of it, where like it's kind of fucking with them.
I very much enjoyed, I think it was Batman the Animated Series that did it the best, which was anytime people would start getting suspicious, he'd go hard on the like millionaire douchebag lifestyle. Like people would come over to be like, are you Batman? And he'd be there like in his pants with 8 supermodels, like drinking at 9 o'clock in the morning, being like, yeah, sure, I'm the Cape Crusader. Slugs.
I am Batman.
Yeah, does a line of champagne, like, yeah, totally. I'm villain's worst nightmare. Hello, is he being shit? Yeah. Leave her alone. The other thing I've enjoyed from the new Batman, despite not having seen it, is the Riddle Me Piss has returned. I've been fucking with it. I did Riddle Me Piss, Batman. Why is it called Gundam when not all of them have gun? The amount of people that felt the need to be like, actually, the Gundam comes from this. Just like,
You don't get the joke.
What's that? Low flying joke. All right.
Samurai Gamer, I agree. Yes, Kevin Conroy is the voice of Bruce Wayne. I will 100% agree there.
Do you want to wishbone on the last one?
Sure.
All right.
I will definitely say that if we're talking about any adaptations recently that feel right, this Batman voice felt pretty good. He was not like the trying to swallow a bunch of gravel and smoke cigarettes at the same time Christian Bale voice that you had, but he was just did it well. And I again don't want to ruin anything, won't spoil anything. Just thought it was really good, and I was kind of surprised.
Yeah. I mean, I stand accused of, despite being the person who raved about it, still having not seen Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Ooh.
And I'm so happy that everyone has seen it. From what I hear, it is a cinematic spectacle and is entirely brilliant. Supposedly, it is the movie that the gentleman that played, God, what was his name? He was the sidekick in Temple of Doom. I want to say Short Round, but that feels like it's offensive.
No, I think you're right.
And he's returned to acting for this movie.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
All right, so C222's seen it. Riddle me piss, Batman. Why do they call it oven when you in the cold food and out hot eat the food? Okay, Satan says, it is offensive, but it's Short Round in Indiana Jones and Data in the Goonies. Okay. So it's still bad,
yeah,
but I wasn't remembering it. Okay. But yeah, so, actually, Sadlin, weren't you the one telling me that, now I think about it? I think Sadlin was the one saying that that's the role that he came back for. And that's really fucking cool.
That makes sense, Sadlin.
So he kept acting until 2002, but retired due to the either death or dearth. I think dearth works very well of roles for Asian actors. Well, that's way cool. I do love that. I hate that I keep forgetting the actress's name. You know, played the iconic role in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. But it's her movie. It's a vehicle for her to do cool shit.
Yeah,
and I love that. Thank you, Sadlin.
Yeah, it's just one. There's a couple I wanted to see in theaters, and I've definitely gotten more comfortable with the idea of going to theaters.
Coffee? Do you want milk or sugar or anything?
Nah, that's good.
And yes, I am giving you the Lionhead Studios mug.
Cool.
A relic of a bygone age. A chalice of sorts.
God, what was the last thing I saw in theaters?
Before Sonic the Hedgehog, it was Dune. In that brief,
you saw Dune?
Yeah, in that brief respite between variants. Run out of the house, see a movie, new variants out, run back into the house. I really hope that in the run-up to the second part that they do like another screening of like the first one, because you know there are some movies you can watch them in your pants, you can watch them at home, you can watch them on your phone, and you're gonna have a great experience. I guess like a lot of Marvel movies feel that way. Not to keep like dissing on Marvel films or complimenting them, but Dune was something that, without the sound and the scale, there's something truly special about it. Like especially the ultra bass plus the sandworms plus
Yeah. That's something that unless you have like booty rocking bass speakers in your home, you cannot emulate. Oh, and Salem was reminding me, AMC 10 will do private rental slot, $250 for 20 people.
Yep. I've been that's one of my things on my list of things I want to do at some point. There's a few movies I want to see in theaters. Well, I know the AMC one you're probably gonna have to play something that they have, but you could do something like the Varsity Theater, rent it out and watch something that you want to watch.
Oh, nice! I didn't know you could do that. Oh, hey MDH, look, I hope we brought a little spark of joy to your friend, and I hope you're having. I hope your evening improves either with a snooze or otherwise. So, have a good one, friend. Oh, Salem says Central Cinema will do custom stuff.
Cool.
Okay. Look, I know Stammering Gamer put this in just to hurt us. I know this isn't a comment; it's a threat. But Stammering says, I really want to watch M. Night Shyamalan's Avatar film. Not a single flaw with that one. I would love to get ruinously drunk with friends and watch a big screening of that. Just a full-on heckle along.
That could be good.
Because in the UK we have the Prince Charles Cinema, which is like one of the big famous independent cinemas in central London. And they do like, heckle-alongs with like Mean Girls, or like sing-alongs with musicals and stuff. It's kind of their bread and butter. You know, they're the ones that will pick up the plastic spoons during screenings of the room. Oh God! For one particular screening of that, the bar served his horrible vodka whiskey combo. You could order that at the bar. People did. It was nasty and it got them shit-faced.
Sounds like you were one of those people.
I mean, you can't not.
There's only one way to know that knowledge.
Well, the thing is that I had seen the room, but I'd never been to a watch along, so I didn't know all the quirks. Obviously, everyone knows. Oh, hi, Mark. But there's a whole slew of like audience interactions that have evolved through screenings, and the spoons is one of them, which I wasn't aware of. And so my friend bought me an extra bag of spoons I could throw at the screen. And in exchange, I bought both of us the drinks, and it was bad. Definitely improved the experience.
Yeah, the last Spider-Man I saw in theaters, and that was the last thing I saw. Before the pandemic, the last thing I saw in theaters was Mandy, which was amazing.
Good shout.
Amazing. Also, if you haven't seen Pig or Mandy, two Nicolas Cage films I fully recommend, highly endorse them.
Yeah, I started Pig and realized that it was batting for 1,000.
It's a lot. Don't do it unless you are in a good headspace. You're gonna cry.
And it's not a film to watch while eating. But I do want to. I'm really looking forward to that. I've got it saved.
Nicolas Cage said that it was his. I don't know if you saw the AMA, but he said it was his probably his best performance he's ever done.
I still haven't seen The Color of Space though.
That was pretty good. I watched it around the same time I watched Mandy, and if I had to pick between the two, they're very different stories. But I resonated with Mandy more as far as like the weird vibe.
Okay. Striggs was adding the difference between Dune in theatre and Dune in living rooms is surprisingly different. Yeah. It's not bad, but there's just like they designed that whole thing for scale. Orzine would also be down for some classic schlock on the big screen. When it comes to shit movies, I am always down.
Yeah.
I think it's like I realized the other evening whilst trying to pick a movie to watch, like, you know, we can sit down and play in-depth, emotionally taxing, challenging titles. Like after Hades, we'll probably do fucking Spiritfarer, and I'll probably end up sobbing a lot. But when it comes to movies, like I have so little like battery on that one. Also, Amos doesn't like urban movies or movies that have like a lot of gunfire and street sounds. He doesn't mind gunshots, but if it's street sounds as well, it makes him nervous. And I'm like, oh, you were a street rescue dog. Oh. So he gets super soft anime in the evenings.
Gotcha. Orzini said, Color Space any good? Yeah, Color Out of Space was pretty good. For for what they were going for, I think they did really well. It would definitely be up there on like the if I were to rank like newer Nick Cage movies, it would definitely be up there. But it really depends on what you're going for, and I don't know. I would definitely recommend it.
The tricky thing with Nick Cage now is that his work is spread across so many different calibers and studios that I can't just say, yo, go on Netflix and you can watch all the best Nick Cage movies. No, they're all over the place.
You got to know exactly which ones to go watch.
Yeah. Now, one thing I'd love to do as a drinking event is a double header of Drive Angry and Ghost Rider. But the order in which you do it, that's the tricky bit. Do you go for the good one first or the shit one first? Because I'd almost be tempted to watch the terrible one first while drinking and then hit the good stuff and then be like, argh!
Or you watch the good one while drinking so you have a good time, and then when you're drunk, you don't care how bad the bad one is.
Exactly.
So yeah, I can see your dilemma here.
Yeah. Last film I saw in cinema pre-lockdown was I get the timelines all fuddled because let's be honest, I've spent lockdown drinking. Was either Birds of Prey or Sonic the Hedgehog. Both much
good.
Yeah, and both much better than I was expecting.
So Birds of Prey I was not surprised by. I was expecting that was good. And then the follow-up Suicide Squad was fantastic. But honestly, I was genuinely surprised that Sonic was as good as it was. I went into that. Maybe I went in with like really, really low expectations, but I genuinely enjoyed that shit.
Yeah, I came out of it good. We had to do a rewatch because we did drink a bit because we were at the Cinebar. Because I was expecting it to be hot fucking trash.
Genuine laughs though.
Genuine
I got
laughs.
some genuine laughs, some genuine chortles out of me.
It really it hit good, and I was not expecting that. There was a bit of cringe, but not comparable to what you expect from a video game movie.
MDH, that probably depends on your taste. Do you like good movies or do you like bad movies?
I mean, Nick Cage goes full ham in Ghost Rider, but it's a bad movie.
Yeah.
Drive Angry is the exact same premise, but just good. Person returns from the dead with a magic weapon to get revenge, and before Satan takes them back or something. Oh, Ghost Rider 2. So you could bookend it. Ghost Rider, Drive Angry, Ghost Rider 2.
You can't do two Ghost Riders back to back. That's too much.
That's too much.
That's too much.
I see people explode.
I would love if Marvel just surprised us all and brought him back into the major cinema loop as Ghost Rider, just in a good way.
See,
put him in a good movie.
See, again, this is one of those things that always gets me with comics. Is I can't just say, "Yo, check out this one particular bit of." We got a river. This one particular bit of Ghost Rider because they did like a passing of the mantle to a newer character around the same time as like Ironheart and New Thor and all of that stuff. And the new character's fucking brilliant and cool. But they kind of use that character for, I want to say, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. or one of like the weird Marvel tier.
Oh, so he's not in a main movie or something. He's in one of the shows.
So he was in a comic and a show.
Okay.
And he's kind of like Miles Morales in that sense of like a follow-up that's better than the original.
Gotcha.
But I want to see how that goes. Durry says their last film before was Weathering with You. Quite cool. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ghost Rider was much less irritating. And that's the Agonanarchy review. Not related to Nick Cage, I feel like the Constantine live-action series was done dirty. It was. That's one of those ones that I think people are going to keep doing run-ups at Hellraiser. Is it Hellraiser? God. Okay, this is why I'm drinking so much coffee. Cheers, all friends. Because I get more blended. But yeah, like a fucking Liverpudlian demon specialist in the DC universe works. God, we end up with this weird thing. Kind of, it is one of the things I do love about nerd culture now, that it's expanding as so many people get a crack at the same thing. So we're talking about Dune. I have come to unironically love David Lynch's Dune. I really enjoy it. Is it the best adaptation? No. But God, if it isn't gloriously fucking weird. I really unironically enjoy the Constantine movie. Is it a good adaptation of John Constantine as a character? No, it's fucking terrible.
I think the devil. I think they picked a really good actor for the devil and did them very well.
Yes,
Like that was fantastic.
and of course, Tilda Swinton introducing everybody to the poster child for non-binary, and giving a lot of people yet another crush to add to their repertoire. With a vengeance. But everything else about that film I've really come to appreciate. Do you know what I would have loved to have done? Is slapped Hunter the Reckoning, the Vampire the Masquerade offshoot.
See,
on that.
I think it's got, like, I think the World of Darkness has some legs. It could do something like that.
Salem was saying Peter Stormare is cheap tier though. He steals whatever he's in. Fair. He's an OP pull. Like, you'd never get the license to do it, but I'd love to do something like Storybook Brawl, but it's movies in Hollywood, and the synergy's based on the different kinds of films.
You could do it. You would have to get very, very, very clever with your naming conventions.
Because you'd have to be able to convey the actor correctly without...
The actor and the movie, and you would just have to get really good at playing on words.
Indeed. And there's some that I'd love to riff on, because, and I mean no disrespect to this, Robin Williams, a fantastic performer.
Oh yeah.
And I was chatting with someone who'd never seen 1 Hour Photo.
Oh fuck, that movie is wild,
Right?
man. That movie is so good.
He does a fucking great job.
What's your tail? What's your tail, big girl?
And the idea that you could play a comedy character, but if they can they've had like a random crit chance on a horror like setup. Yeah, there we go. That's our Storybook Brawl competitor. Broforce the auto battler.
Broforce the auto battle.
Well, if you got enough like action stars together, you could it could create like a multiplicity.
I mean, you could look at the Expendables.
I mean, look at the Fast and the Furious. Oh yeah, MDH, yeah. Until its Storybook Brawl has been divorced from its Nufta nonsense, we won't be discussing it, other than to sadly look into the middle distance. Just know that the actual developers I saw on the stand at GDC look miserable.
So, why aren't you trying to license a Gundam game like that?
Oh, you mean like Storybook Brawl?
Yeah. What are you doing, man?
Well, okay, so Gundam licensing sucks.
Okay, fair enough.
You remember how comic licensing used to be back in the day?
No,
where,
I
like,
wasn't old enough.
Well, okay. For those who don't know, the rights to a bunch of different comic books got auctioned off to different movie studios. Some got adapted, some didn't.
Oh yeah.
They used to be catalogs of IPs. I only got to see these rarely because, like, this isn't shit for civilians, and the prices of which are meant to be NDA'd. But what will happen is you get these catalogs of original IPs or like IPs as part of a bigger franchise, and the cost to develop a movie of them. They're like literal catalogs.
Interesting.
And so what would happen is different companies would buy different comic book licenses. And so the idea of creating crossovers or mashups or what have you was fucking impossible because everybody had different things.
Yeah.
Now imagine that in not just TV shows and comics, you also have redistribution of the original source material and licensing rights to toys, images, and model kits as separate licensing agreements.
Goodness.
And now you're starting to see why Gundam's a fucking mess. Gundam Evolution is fascinating that they've been able to bring it together and release it as successfully. But you'll notice it's not based on any Gundam show.
No.
It's not the
Well,
game.
And the names aren't the same, right? Like, from what I could tell, the names aren't the names of the units.
I know, it is the names of the units.
So why is that one just called Gundam? Is it just called Gundam in the show?
Well, it's the Gundam.
Okay.
Is
it a licensing thing? Like, what do you think that is as a Gundam enthusiast?
Oh, I think it's an accessibility choice.
So they just call it Gundam, people know what it is. They
Yeah.
don't go into the numbers because that would just confuse people when you're trying to explain, hey,
Yeah.
the Gundam with the whale.
When you point to the Mac Daddy, like that is the iconic Gundam. That's the
Gundam.
one that's gone through it.
Got it.
That's the moving one outside of the place in, I think it's Osaka now.
Oh, okay, so that's like, that is the Gundam.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, you just never see it with its big ass shield because it's gigantic.
It's the one in pieces by your arm.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the iconic one, and you've got the unicorn and stuff like that. But like in the same way that all mobile suits are called Gundams, it's kind of like he's just called. It's just that's the Gundam. I call him the Mac Daddy or the Granddaddy, depending on how I'm feeling.
Gotcha. Okay.
But it's the RX-78 Mobile Suit Gundam, as its full title. And I guess they felt like for him to be the poster child and the iconic product and everything like that, they wanted to avoid confusing people who are new to the setup. I would not be surprised if there was a big old meeting about this where they were like, we want to sell more fucking merch, more model kits, more toys.
Yeah.
If we call him the RX-78, it's going to confuse people.
Yeah.
We want them to search for Gundam and then see shit tons of Gundams.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, I mean, yeah. Makes a ton of sense.
So yeah, that's what stops them doing like those big crossovers. There's weird little loopholes, like Gundam Breaker, which is available on Steam, Gundam Breaker 2, which by the way is trash. Do not get it. Don't play it. That's based on the model kits, not the shows. Very, very specifically, it's based on the kits. Then you have SD Gundam Generations, which is based on the SD variants, not the shows themselves.
Oh god.
So
Okay.
even though it's a recreation of the show's events from a tactical turn-based, SD Gundam's a different brand.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeehaw.
Yeah. So that's one of the big reasons why we don't see more Gundam games over here, is because like the actual Gundam show was licensed to specific companies to distribute in the US before digital distribution, before video games were the medium they are. Right. I'm sorry, friend. You asked me a question about
Here we
something
go.
I'm previously hyperfixated on. Let's go. Ozine says it was actually dubbed the Gundam by Char. I don't know. It's made of Gundinium. Oh, I think that's the official material.
Did you ever tweet today?
Details. It's because I said consummate professional, isn't it?
Something like that.
See, it's one of the okay. I am not saying that the mass consumption of art by big companies is good. Like Disney is a scary force in terms of what they wield of the public consciousness.
Yeah.
A large bunch of their brands pretty much encompass like all parts of the human experience. However, bringing it all under one banner does allow them to do these big crossovers. It does allow them to bring stuff together. And it means there's less bullshit infighting between companies, which can often be the things that sink. They can often be the thing that sink creative endeavors. One other thing that was interesting was here, when it comes to video game movies, how much involvement the licensees are allowed to have with the production, how much they're allowed to talk back and forth and do otherwise. And sometimes what happens with a lot of video game adaptations that suck is they make a deal, they shake hands, usually on a script and an idea, and then the production company takes the ball and runs with it. But from that point, the people who licensed them the thing, like the bloody Hitman movie and stuff like that, they're not involved anymore. Like, they don't see it, they don't know what's going on, and then it comes out, or they maybe get to see a pre-screening, it's like, the fuck is this? What have you made? This is a disaster. I can assure you Sega did not have creative control over Uwe Boll's House of the Dead movie. He probably paid them a fuck ton of money to be able to make it, and then just cranked out that shite.
It was bad.
Oh shit! Oh look, it's a Tall Tales! You've been rumbled. How are you doing, friend? Cheers to you. Aperios is very kindly coming over to help me host whilst I'm looking after the house by myself. Right now, the dogs are settled. River is lying behind us quite happily. Yes, good big girl. And Amos is snoozing on the couch. But it means if I have to run off and sort stuff, I don't leave you lot just hanging in the breeze. So stammering, that's a huge conversation point. Stammering was like, is there a reason why the main Gundams have a passing resemblance?
Yeah, interesting. They all seem to have horns.
It's an intentional branding thing. The yellow V on the Gundam is actually, it's not copywritten, it's, there's a term for it.
Trademark?
I believe so.
Reserved?
Yeah, it's where you got people have to be real careful with how they design a giant robot face if it's not a Gundam product. Toll, I did not go on Tuesday. I've been looking after all these Mother Hubbards. Oh, good
Has
times.
all the dogs.
But I hope you had a good time. Toll's talking about the Seattle Indies meet.
Oh, yeah, I got pinged about that.
Yeah, I used to go religiously, and that has changed.
A little bit?
But yeah, there's ever since the original design, there's always been an intention of emulating like the core style in some manner or otherwise.
Gotcha.
Like that's been actively part of the design, leading to some designs, some designs being better than others, and some shows that have great designs and terrible.
Is that why Big Zam just has like random horns on it?
No, that's because Big Zam is awesome. Big Zam is awesome and cool. Big Zam is perfect and has no flaws. No, it's fascinating. If you look into like the history of how like the Gundam stuff is designed, there's basically like a family tree of mech designers. Like you can actually chart the different creatives and their influences.
Hey, pup.
Okay, River wants to come hang out in the middle. Hey, Big Zam. It's okay. It's okay. Don't look so sad. The answer was maybe. Vanderbeest with the hello. But yeah, it's amazing how much of like the early anime stuff is a mess in terms of licensing. Like basically, and I say this with love and respect, but fuck you, Voltron. You fucked it for everybody.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Voltron was a big success, and was very cheap to produce, but created a licensing model that was copied a few times with like Robotech and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
Which tied up licensing for years in weird, messy ways. Oh.
Don't lick the outlet.
River, no. Yeah, look at those Gundam FAQs. That's what we're here for. River, no.
We're learning today, folks.
I mean, friend, I will talk Gundams until the break of dawn. But I have a feeling today's going to be one of those days where we just hang out and chat. As much as I do want to show you all some of the games we got lined up and things like that, I think I just want to hang out and have a natter. You know? Like, I've got Heavenly Bodies and stuff for a future day, but what I don't want to do is, get into the thick of it, start having some fun, and then Amos is like, but what if destruction? Oh, now, Stammering Gamer, like, Gundam Barbatus, or, I can't pronounce it, am I kidding, is one of my favourite designs. So good. So good.
It's all about that hot finger.
Shining finger. Burning finger.
Hot finger!
Well, I mean, the G Gundam challenge continues. I've got my mech. This one behind you, the Altson. That's going to be the Devolver Digital base.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, gonna work. Get it nice and painted. Get it nice and sorted. Get it styling.
I wonder if we're gonna get another Devolver Digital.
Hope so.
I know E3's not happening this year, so that'll be interesting.
Rikami says, too bad the Barbatus is melee only function in Evolution. That's true. But I will say the Barbatus was the point where I realised that it was more than just Overwatch with a skin. Because if you've played if you've watched Iron-Blooded Orphans and played Gundam Evolution, I was like, lol, isn't it funny that the Genji type is Barbatus? Because I was like, well, that doesn't fit, you know, Genji's a ninja with stuff and things. You know, why would these two come together? Well, Barbatus in that one is entirely focused on his like duelist style. He's got the mace with like with the bunker buster, or the P-nail, if you will.
P-nail.
I really wish they hadn't called it that. But it's like it's a pneumatic nail that's designed for piercing cockpits.
Oh, that makes sense.
So he's got this huge mace for crushing armor, and then the point of the mace he just puts down at people and just straight cores the fucking pilot. It's nasty. And if you actually go back and watch a lot of Iron-Blooded Orphans, like Barbatus doesn't take a lot of hits; it just gets out the way due to reaction speed. So it allows him to like careen around the battlefield. In Gundam Evolution, it's all about that huge like charge up and swing. Like that will core most things quickly. But if you just walk ever so slowly towards your opponent, you're toast.
You're gonna die.
So like leaping up into the air
die.
and then just squishing down on them. Like the speed and reactions you have to pilot Barbatus well fit the thematics really good.
Well, and sneaking up behind people is a big part of it. That has a huge knockdown time on it. Where if you can hit them with the first part of it, you're almost guaranteed to get them with the second part.
Yeah. And again, the GM Sniper's a little too powerful comparable to the universe, but I do like that the GM Sniper, being just a general, you know, mass-produced mech, is as, you know, as squishy as tissue paper. But if you can get those headshots, oh baby!
Headshots account for a lot in that game.
Yeah. I will say, in regular Gundam though, getting your head blown off, whilst not ideal, isn't usually fatal. Also, friends, if you need some background watching, this is your reminder that Gundam Hathaway Flash is still on Netflix. And while it is narratively very all over the place, it is not the smartest and cleverest. The mech fights are some of the most beautiful I've seen in so long.
Since G-Gundam.
Since Gundam, yes. Since Gundam. Burning finger! Oh no, Stalin says it's the spicy finger.
Spicy finger!
Next time you're chopping onions or something and touch your eye. Spicy a finger! God, we need to rewatch G-Gundam. It's so good. But it's also terrible. Everything I love about wrestling and giant robots combined.
And there's a fight like every episode. Why not?
Yeah.
What's bad about that?
And they're all themed in the weirdest way. Rikami says, I guess I'll just get that nerve implant and help me climb into the Gundam Evolution ranked ladder. Yeah, just get a few rounds of spinal surgery and don't get paralyzed. Jobs are good. Also, watch Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans because it's amazing. That's one of those where the core design is good, the story is good, like it all comes together.
Nice.
I also like the fact that Barbatus is, because Phyllis was saying that they feel that Barbatus's designer was going for a more wild feral, which is actually part of the thematics. But he's also got those like gigantic, like Raiden / Bayonetta tier high heels. Like, if you look at just the core Barbatus design, it is severely queer coded, and I love that. Like, it's so good, so good. Rikami says it's good, but it's not Gundam Build Fighters. Hey, I like that. I enjoyed the video game one, Build Divers. Rikami says I can't believe we don't have Gundam Wing at launch in Evolution. It's an interesting one because they've definitely gone for a lot of lesser known units. Like there's a few big ones like the Sasabi, the Barbatus, the MacDaddy. But then, like, there's a couple of, like, the transforming units, the GM Sniper, and they went for the Turn A Gundam, rather than Gundam Wing for the flying unit, which I think is interesting.
Why do you think that is from a licensing standpoint? I mean, they own it.
I wonder. Could still be a hangover from how Gundam Wing was licensed in the US.
Okay.
Could be. I mean, it's one of those things that's a stodgy mess, or it could have been an active choice to try and re-engage people with older series.
True.
Turn A Gundam is good. And it goes places. It really goes places. The only beef I'd say is that it's really fucking hard to watch in the US. Because obviously we do not pirate TV shows on this, Twitch.television.
So then, do you think that they have developed it in such a way that they've left room to bring in some of those big names, like some of those big title other Gundams? Or do you think that, like, because there's already something like, you know, Gundam Wing in the game, that they won't bring Gundam Wing in? Or do you think it's like they're putting these older ones in so that their appeal can be over time, they're adding big name Gundams?
I would say it's probably, well, the latter than the former. I'd say that they chose a handful of, when looking at their roster, they chose, we'll have X amount of superstar slots, and then we're going to have X amount of, like, more obscure.
Gotcha.
Like, the gun tank is kind of known, but it's not, like, it wouldn't be anyone's first choice. Like, the Mac Daddy certainly, but, like, the Pale Rider's a weird one, because the Pale Rider has a huge fandom around it, but hasn't really been involved in anything except for a handful of, like, I think PS2 games back in the day.
Interesting. Okay.
So there's no series.
That's very obscure.
Yeah. Pale Rider's really, really popular with the model kit builders.
Interesting.
Even though it doesn't have a mainline mainline kit, they keep releasing special editions of different Pale Riders. The last set, there was like 3 different versions.
That's wild.
Yeah. There was like an assassin one, a king archer, and then like a black rider or something.
Well, if people are buying them, then yeah.
So that's one that's kind of an interesting one to tap into. And the Pale Rider is the Soldier 76 character. That was one I thought was a very interesting choice. The most accessible, well, not the most complex, is one that is very fan popular but doesn't have like a big TV show behind it. So yeah, I think that
so you can make them play however you want.
Yeah,
and kind of make them I hate to use the term, but like the more generic catch-all, like a 76, where it's like he shoots, he heals, he runs, ta-da.
Yeah, and making that like a fan favorite, I think, is real clever.
Yeah.
Did you try again?
No, you get one shot at the G Gundam. And so yeah, I think it's your other theory. I think they're saving space for big, bombastic, like post-launch support. The problem they're going to have is kind of the opposite of other hero shooters, which is there's an expectation. I mean, it's going to be closer to Smash in that regard.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, outside of the US, like, the Gundam fandom is rabid. Like, oh boy. Pretty much the entirety of the Oceanics are fervid Gundam fans, the likes of which you have never seen.
So that then brings into the question, like, as a Gundam fan, and anybody else that got to play Evolution, did the Gundams that you played with feel like what you would expect them to play as at all? Or were they so toned to be in this shooter that they kind of lost their character?
It was more like playing a hero shooter with a flavored theme.
Okay.
I didn't feel like the Sasabi played like the Sasabi played like how the Sasabi should have felt.
Okay.
Or Sazabi, or however you want to pronounce it. Because that thing is a high-speed, like, space jet fighter.
Okay.
Like, that thing is designed for, like, zero-gravity, high-speed fuckery with funnels to boot.
So the fact that it's on the ground is already...
It's already a bit weird.
Okay.
Like, that's why it's got that kind of those clunky feeties and things like that. Is that those are for docking, for landing on platform space stations, things like that.
Gotcha.
It's not designed to take a stroll in the woods.
Gotcha.
And like the funnels are kind of its core thing, so that fits. But again, like this is the top tier, high speed. You know, this is the Red Comet's built to order mech. Like, I don't remember if it has psycho frame capability or anything like that, but it's, you know, it's the peak of like new type style development.
Gotcha.
And in Gundam Evolution, it's shield plus shotgun. So he plays slow, he plays chunky. He's more about like being the weighty shield that breaks through.
Okay.
And there's very little communication on how the funnels play, so it's hard to know if they're doing well or if they're in trouble, or like I don't know if the funnels continue after you get killed.
Gotcha. Okay.
Like stuff like that.
Okay. Interesting. Fred's saying that Gundam Talks makes one a co-op game. Play all the members of the Sentai team or the Combiners. What is that?
Oh, the Super Sentai. So like the genre from which the Power Rangers were formed.
Oh,
so the
gotcha,
idea that we're like there'd be like 3 of us, and then, you know, we'd each have a different robot that would combine, and that would make our super mech. Now, if fucking Capcom would sort out Lost Planet 2, one of the cool features about that was like a hidden feature, was some mechs in Lost Planet 2 could combine and form to make new special ones. And the order in which you got the mechs would change what you made.
Lost Planet is a game that I wish that we saw more of, specifically because I love the concept of Monster Hunter, but bigger and in space.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I want another one, but with 3 they went a weird route. Anyways, yeah, 2, I would love to see that one come back. That would be fantastic.
Just
Capcom sorting things out.
next thing you know, they'll be eagerly announcing an upcoming Konami title. Konami don't make games no more. Imagine if instead of announcing Street Fighter 6, they just fixed Street Fighter 5. Imagine if they did that.
Why though? They've already wrung every cent out of that game and more. Time to make a new one.
All right, sorry, we brought up Street Fighter, so I get to have my teeny rant. I mean, if you want to start the stopwatch, it's a tiny one, but Akuma has been an iconic character of the Street Fighter series since he was introduced in Super Street Fighter 2, the Evil Ryu. Before Evil Ryu was a thing, don't get me started. And he's always had an iconic look. This flame hair into a top knot, this huge chunky, I guess they're maybe prayer beads or something. Like, he's always had this iconic style, much like Ryu.
Yeah.
And for Street Fighter 5, they gave him a fucking dandelion face.
They gave him so there's a reason before that. There's a reason for that, and it's because the Dark Hado has started to make him more animalistic, and so he's starting to become more like feral. That's why he's got the big veins.
So he looks like the shittest costume from someone's kid's production.
Yeah.
Oh, there's our Daniel. He's playing a sunflower, and there's Akuma just scowling on stage around these fucking toddlers. I can appreciate like artistic designs. I mean, again, we brought up Kojima earlier. His team are basically the rulers of, we went in a way you didn't expect with this, and we're going to make you. Yeah. And by the time you're done, you're going to be like, actually, that's pretty cool. I mean, feck, Death Stranding is that backwards.
Gotcha.
You know, the things that look dumb and silly initially and then end up being feckin' rad. But with Akuma, you had to spend money to change his appearance. So rather than being like, hey, here's the character that you know, but we've got this cool new skin. Here's like, hey, here's the character that you know. He looks like hot dog shit. If you want him to not, give me money. I'm holding your favorite character's dumb face hostage. Otherwise, he's gonna have a feckin' neck, chin strap, beard, head combo.
You don't like that?
Oh, it's so bad.
Have you ever thought about just shaving the back of your head and just growing this part out?
The full route. Fred's like, at least they aren't charging for hair dye like Dead or Alive did. You know what? Joking aside, I find that less egregious than the Akuma situation. I understand this is just a will thing, but it's just
get a better favorite character.
Why are you like this? hilarious. I will say, actually, my main is Ibuki, so I don't actually play Akuma in Street Fighter anymore.
Pew Pew, the Epic buying Konami is an interesting one. I personally, I don't think Epic, if anybody seems like they would need something like that, I would say Sony, but the power move would be Microsoft buying it. Because then you take something away from Sony, where so many Konami games are synonymous with the PlayStation. Where it's like if you took that from them, that's huge. Not like anybody is like chomping at the bit to buy Konami right now, but like that is one of the ones where if Microsoft came in and bought them, that would feel like, oh shit, Sony really needs to respond to this, because that's one that I would expect Sony to pick up.
Yep, and that would give them a huge win. One of the things that was interesting was watching how Microsoft handled Killer Instinct, because they handled it brilliantly.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, Killer
Iron
Instinct.
Galaxy and Microsoft really knocked it out of the park with that one.
Yeah, and giving them another fighting franchise that's got weight behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, Salem's been down for some bloody raw stuff for 1,000 years. Fuck yes. Just some good, strong
More bloody
re-releases.
roar.
And like the idea of having like these big iconic crossovers between different products of like old classic stuff that looks rad as shit. And yeah, Fred's saying that the Killer Instinct specific music tracks are bangers. They are.
Yes.
And seeing Fulgore, a glowing Fulgore statue in Sea of Thieves, just made me happy.
Well, the music cues that go along with the combos and like there's so much detail, like the speed of the level, like the stuff happening in the background increasing the larger your combo gets.
Yep.
Like there's just so many details that are amazing. Compliment Cap just came in.
Oh, Coleman Cap, I'm so sorry, friend. I almost missed you there. Hello. Aperios is joining me just to help today. Like, the dogs were chaos tier this morning. We were going to play a game, but honestly, I'm just enjoying chatting with you lot. So,
if we're on the topic of fighters, I think this is like something that you'll hear me rant about on my channel a little bit, but like free-to-play fighters are going to be the next evolution. I truly believe that. And I think things like Street Fighter, if the next Street Fighter comes with a $60 plus price tag, things like Project L are going to start looking much better for the competitive scene, because the in is going to be so much easier.
Yes.
Like the barrier to entry for a free-to-play title versus a $60 title when it comes to fighting games, I think most people are going to gravitate to the free-to-play because there will be naturally a larger base for more people to play against consistently, and telling somebody to go practice this game and get good at it to play later, there isn't the very large monetary barrier to entry on top of a huge skill gap sometimes. You can just pick it up and practice, and then suddenly you're not spending a bunch of money on trying to get good and buy all the DLC and all the characters and all the other shit because there's a new season out or whatever by the time you pick it up. You just jump in and you can learn. And that's going to be a huge advantage, because I think there's another free-to-play fighting game coming out too, but like I will argue that is going to change not only how fighting games are sold and packaged, but the landscape of esports for fighting games.
Yeah, because one of the things was Rikarimi was mentioning Guilty Gear doesn't have rollback and things like that, and like the new Guilty Gear, the last two have taken a huge chunk out of everyone else's pie. Like Guilty Gear is now one of the games. Like it's managed to establish itself. It's up there with Tekken and things like that. It does still have the problem of buy-in, and we've gone through two and a half years of being stuck indoors. And I mean, Steam's done a lot with their like couch co-op mode. But if you're like, hey Will, here's this game you've never heard of. It's called Guilty Gear. You like fighting games? Oh, I sure do like fighting games, Aperios. Thank you for telling me. How much does it cost? Oh, well, it's $60. But like, oh well, I'd like to try it first before I get in. But Guilty Gear, especially the latest one, is so incredibly good to play.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could remove that question of whether or not you should try it because of the cost, suddenly you are an unstoppable killing machine. Street Fighter 5's monetization model sucks.
It sucks so bad.
What if for $60 titles they brought back something like for random instance? On Steam, you could spend 50 cents out of your thing to play a round of this game. Like kind of like old, like a weird, like this would never happen, but like in the sense of like old school arcade throwback, right? Fighting game comes out, you can buy it full sale, or you can throw 2 quarters in to play against somebody randomly. You don't know their skill level. It's just like a normal arcade.
It's an interesting one. Users tend to be wary of systems like that.
Yeah, because that seems very predatory.
Yeah,
it's
a
being
weird
real.
one. Oh yeah, okay. No, it's a weird one where what it tends to do is just limit users' play.
Okay.
We've seen that in the mobile space where like energy systems and stuff like that. Lesser engaged people just play less. Which can be good for limiting the amount that people can play per day, but users don't tend to spend money specifically to pay more. Yeah. Users will use leftover currency to buy more energy. At least that's by my understanding, that's the user purchasing habits. So when it comes to currency, it's kind of different. Now, Happy Pie says, could some kind of subscription perk work instead? Quite possibly.
Because they have something like that for there's like a Atari arcade thing that has in-game currency that you buy to play arcade games. That's where the thought comes from.
Okay. But do they then have like a make this purchase to just get everything?
So I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
I haven't dived into the actual thing. I've just seen articles about this arcade system that like people have. Yeah. I don't know how popular it is. I just know that like somebody has been doing that sort of thing recently.
Okay. I mean, again, I can only really speak to English language audiences.
Jay Post, what's up? How you doing?
Hey! Look, I got a friend!
I would skip your last one.
I have 3 whole friends! 1, 2, 3! Did you just count yourself? Damn right, I love myself like a friend. I also counted River. Happy Pie says pay subscriptions, you can play online and money with tournaments. It's best to keep buy-in for those kind of tournaments to a bare minimum because it creates real negative feedback from communities, even when the problem is with the user, not with the product. Like if you think someone's mad about netcode, wait till they're mad about netcode when there's $10 on the line.
And having done that, there are so many other forms and things that would go into making sure that went correctly. Like especially when you get into the point where like if somebody's making enough money to have to claim it on taxes, that gets into a whole other ball game.
Yeah. Now again, I'm not expecting us to be able to come up with a solution. It's just paying for characters is not good in a fighting game tournament because it actually in fighting games it creates more drop off. So in shooters, paid maps creates essentially this gatekeeping thing, but users will keep playing. When it comes to fighting games with paid characters, users stop playing.
Yeah.
So it's not like they just play in a limited environment. They just go peace, and they just stop. And that's a fascinating thing. It's just, I'm sorry, I keep ragging on Street Fighter V. It was just. The Street Fighter V, again, when they started, they said they were going to be avoiding all the problems that they had prior, like, you know, the super editions,
Yeah, but they didn't talk about all the new ones they came up with.
No,
all these new problems.
You know, we're going to have you paying for characters, we're going to have you buying seasons. Mm-hmm. And in a weird way, almost kind of worse than the Super Street Fighter 4 Turbo Edition. Where it was like, shit, alright, there's a new game.
Back in the day when you had to buy because Anime Fighters still do this, but like, you gotta buy every single edition to get the new characters. Mm-hmm. Which is a ridiculous business model in my opinion. Because like, especially with Anime Fighters, it wouldn't just be like, here's some DLC characters you can buy. You need to buy the new game. You need to buy, you know, BlazBlue Redux version 2 to play in a tournament.
Yes. You sold 5 bugs, you get 1,000 more bugs. Welcome to business models. But you know what? There's one that could probably beat everybody else in the market. Would be feckin' BlazBlue or some of the BlazBlue family tree. Mm-hmm. Some of those going free to play aggressively.
Yeah.
Because,
mean, the anime fighters is a sphere you know better than myself. Like, they're based on a lot of very, very specific anime IPs in Japan, but the gameplay of them slaps.
Yeah.
They're very confusing to watch. Grand Blue Versus. I keep thinking, did Vanillaware do a fighting game recently that had like RPG mechanics and shit in? Or am I having a fever dream?
I don't remember. Oh yeah, so the Rikami, there was a period in time, I'm sure you're familiar with this, where fighting games, in order to get the new stuff, especially for anime ones, you have to buy them. Strive, Blaz Blue, a couple other ones recently, the newer ones, have moved away from that sort of like you have to buy the $60 title model every year, and have moved more towards DLC for sure.
Fred's saying that Project L, if you don't know it, Project L is Riot's fighting game they're making, which is based in the League of Legends world.
Yes.
And it looks
fully gorgeous. Yep.
But yeah, then Riot might be able to pull it off with a pay-for-cosmetics model. You're right. I mean, it does help that, you know, Riot's still one entity owned by Tencent, so they can afford to do a loss leader initially. So they could launch Project L and get very little revenue on the initial and not have to worry about Tencent being like, time please,
Well,
where's our money?
the beautiful thing about that is the things that we will probably get as purchases are probably not, like, Riot really likes to go outside the box when they think about like what is a user going to want to buy, right? And you know, looking at things like Legends of Runeterra, you can't physically buy packs in that game at all. They don't sell packs. You have to unlock all the cards. You have to play. You have to do all this other stuff. You can buy pre-made decks if you want cards specifically from a recent set. But beyond that, you're not out there buying singles. What you are doing is buying, you know, things to make your playmat or like your little pet or like all these little things different. The things that I see with the fighting game are like, you know, different health bar customization, different super bar customization, maybe it's some special animations on your character, like, you know, Tekken has whole things you can deck people out with.
See, those are always tricky because you need to keep the readability.
Exactly. So like that's why you don't see things like that in Valorant, because in Valorant the time to see something, realize something, and shoot something is so low that you can't have skins in that game because I need to know that Cypher as soon as I come around the corner. There's not enough time.
Yeah.
In a fighting game, you could add a couple of the skins from the game as long as they look close enough to what the initial character is. So yeah, I fully agree with you there.
Sorry, John Bacon's correct. In Runeterra, you can buy singles, just not random packs.
Yes, thank you.
Which is important. And Rikami, which is the one that was like the real-time MOBA-esque RTS Guilty Gear? Because my brain's drawing a blank, but I played the feck out of that. It was so weird and so fun. And Biggs, good afternoon. We're just having coffee and a chat. How goes it?
C22 did have an interesting
please.
thought up at the top. What do we think of the Halo Infinite model? Base game multiplayer is free, but the campaign was $60. I have two thoughts about that. I think that, one, whoever was on the Xbox, Microsoft 343 side in the marketing that decided to push the multiplayer out when the slump was happening, when all the other big shooter games were dying, was a fucking genius, and they need a pay raise.
Yes.
Because, like, they nailed it.
Whoever was like statue in the Microsoft lobby, like
100%. They nailed that, because that was the hypest time to drop a multiplayer for free. Everybody jumped in. I'm sure Halo Infinite has kind of been on a little bit of a decline now because everybody's gone through it, played it. I know the esports scene is declining a little bit. Like, I've been hearing news about it, but that specific moment in time was the perfect time to capitalize on that.
Mm-hmm.
Do I think that model, you know, releasing your multiplayer and then releasing your base game, well, I don't think it's going to work for every game, but a game where in multiplayer you're not doing anything different than you are in single player, you're just shooting AI, I think it works. I think it could work. As a business model, I don't know. What do you think? Do you think any other game could pull that off? Or do you think it was because Halo was so big and people waited for so long and there was such a good lull that it was one of those strike while the iron's hot, probably not going to happen again situations?
There was definitely a lightning strike to it, but I mean, there's so much momentum behind Halo as a franchise, and it's been so long since people have had like a Halo multiplayer to call their own. So Infinite definitely had that going for it. And again, they've been slowly morphing Halo into almost like a, I don't want to say games of service, but like
for the Master Chief Collection, they're adding a new type of firefight, or have added it. Like, they're adding and improving to it. So putting the multiplayer out, like the bit that needs the testing, that needs the time, and then charging for the single player, I mean, people are already engaged. And Fred will love this. I don't know if Fred's still chilling and nilling with us, but I think about how Injustice Gods Among Us did cracking storytelling in a fighting game.
Yeah, it was so good.
And do you know what people are suddenly starting to realize? They give a fuck about the characters in League of Legends.
Yeah.
I mean, we've all heard it on social media and by friends of being like, yo, I watched Arcane and I don't play League of Legends, but I love this.
Esther has never played a League of Legends. Ever.
A League of Legends.
League of Legends.
No, that's a very different show. Sorry, please continue.
But like, they had enough of a world. They had good characters. They had storytelling. It's one of the most absolutely fantastic adaptations of video game franchise into visual format like that, especially film or television.
Mm-hmm.
That she didn't care. She's not. It didn't get her to go play League. It doesn't get her invested in it. But in that moment, with those characters, they're written so well because there's so much to work with that she was able to get into it for the show.
Yeah, and it gives you a great grounding. And MDH, you know what? If you've had a hard day, get yourself some takeout. You know what? There will be plenty of time for us all to get into shape once the world's back in order.
And drop that's fair. That's totally fair.
If you were a LoL fan, it's gonna make you care about characters.
Yes.
And as we all know, that's a dangerous way to get back into a MOBA.
Oh, a lot, yeah.
It's like every time I see like a Warcraft trailer and my hand hovers over Hearthstone, I'm like, no, we're not gonna bad.
Well, your hand is probably gonna hover there even more now because that's the only place you can get your card-based battle royale fix. Because they have it. That's where it's at.
As I look at my different Hearthstone,
and they're not currently doing NFTs.
Yeah, and I love Inscription, but Casey's mod's kicking the fuck out of me. And the amount of times where I have an almost perfect run, and then I just get one bad hand, and I'm done, and I just want to like snap the keyboard over my knee.
Just get a stack of keyboards. There you go. That could be good. Look at TikTok where you just keep breaking keyboards.
Dun 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 dun. But no, bring it back. Oh yes, Sadlin, Super Auto Pets. That's the one I was going to get to. And Rikami. So Rikami, there is a Guilty Gear like hybrid RTS 3D game that came out a few years ago. That's super weird, and I love it.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I remember that now. Yeah. I can't remember what it's called, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I saw the list of Rikami listing all the Guilty Gear. In my mind, I'm like, played it, missed it, played it. Because I used to have Guilty Gear OG on the PlayStation as my like wake up in the morning and get pumped kind of game. I don't wake up in the mornings anymore. I'm just dead. But no, so jumping back. Fighting games still have this ability to convey a character so well, and Street Fighter and a few of the others moved away from story. Although Tekken 7 had great fun with it, but Tekken 7 just took iconic moments from a series and did them in high definition.
And Strive had a whole movie built in.
Overture, thank you. Guilty Gear Overture.
Yes, that's it.
Thank you, Rikami.
Well, Strive had a whole non-interactive movie. Like, I don't know if you know that, but there's literally like the story in the game is literally just a large. I'm pretty sure it was non-interactive, but like it's just a large movie.
Yeah.
Like literally from in the game.
That sounds fucking rad. And like, Guilty Gear does a lot with its like hyper over-the-top characterization, and could stand to have something that was like a grounded origin story.
Yeah, it's a full 3D anime in the game.
But the reason I reference this is because if you look at League of Legends characters, they're designed for the MOBA. They're designed to be these little blobs, and so everything about them is over-accented. Yeah. You know what? Jinx is a great example. Ridiculous, over-the-top weapons on, tiny Riot Girl frame gives a really stark, like, little character to look at. And in League of Legends, you don't need to convey the same amount of visual data as you do in a fighting game. But there's still the same over-accent as to create something that's readable and playable. And with what we've seen with Arcane is you can take these ridiculous tier characters
And if you can set the scene, if you can fold it in together, which I'm making sound so easy, as if like, oh, just make a good TV show,
right?
But there's a
Yeah,
story.
Blizzard, what are you doing? Just make a good TV
Just
show.
make a good TV show. Sort it out, Mr. Blizzard. But no, they done a great job with characterization and creating that. So now we care about these characters. Like, you know, everyone involved in is it Piltover?
Yeah.
Everyone involved in that space, I now have an emotional attachment to.
And so on.
Yeah. So now, if they release a fighting game and any of those characters are in, I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Which, what it does, we're going back to the Gundam talk of like, you know, when you get things like Gundam Evolution, there's Gundams I like from their backstory, from their stuff, even though the game doesn't necessarily have that. Oh, I think we went through the tunes again. I was talking so much. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Chiltendo. The Samus one gets weird, so I don't like putting it on anymore.
I forgot to grab my water.
Okay, I'll
adjust the tunes.
I shall adjust the tunes.
I'm gonna hit the old Toby real quick too.
Well, so John Bacon, like, I'm not. It's nay worry to disliking Jinx as a character, but if you look at the initial music video announcement for Jinx, she's a very simple character to understand. You know, anarchy, punk chaos, explosions, like real kind of like chaos for the fun of chaos sake. Then you watch Arcane and suddenly you're like, oh okay, no, so this explains this character. Then turn that into a fighting game and oh boy. There is one scene in Arcane of shit, I keep forgetting his name. The kid with the time travel powers. Echo, thank you.
Yep.
Echo v Jinx.
Yep.
I mean, that's basically Project L just sold itself in that bit right there.
Well, and that too. Sorry to yell from the other room, but
Nah, dude.
that is so. Jinx versus Echo was part of the fights that they showed for the last bit of footage they premiered. So they tied it
Ooh.
all together, even in their latest like stuff they put out.
Oh, that's fucking cool. Okay, see, that makes a buttload of sense. Oh yeah, Rukami, thank you. Yeah, and you're right, Vanderbeest, the make a good TV show is right next to the add multiplayer button. However, if we look at the manner in which, like, especially Injustice Gods Among Us has done its storytelling, take that, apply it to the Arcane characters. Like, shit, yeah. Give me the story of Echo growing up. Give me that as a $15 purchase, and if you play through it all, you get young Echo, you get teenage Echo, you get the cool character. I don't want to say it, because I know some people haven't seen it, but the other cool skin from Arcane, and then kind of his grown-up form. You give me a set of skins for a character, make it so that, you know, you unlock them by playing through the story, biggity bam. Like, you've turned a skins pack into something that I genuinely care about. You know, and especially people who play a lot of fighting games, you know, story modes are a place where they can flex and get cool stuff. God. So, yeah, I guess jumping back to the question, you could create a system where, like, story is part of your business model. It could work. And if it works, it's going to work great. And I prefer that over charging for characters. Like, I understand. Fighting game characters take a long time to build and add, and even then, when you've got all the resources under the sun, there's still something that sneaks through. Bug, a combo, a feature, something of that ilk. And so then you've got all the cleanup that happens once the community gets a hold of it. Because I'm sure no one has opinions about Bayonetta being added to Smash. There was nothing. Bayonetta was perfectly balanced and not at all broken when she was added to Smash. There are no problems with Bayonetta. Sorry, I'm just
can't smash it. She's not real.
I mean, sir, I've spent enough time in nerd communities to know that is not true. Maybe the hair powers, but the rest.
What I miss?
I
missed
was.
my water. That's the third fucking time I've been out there to get my water.
Professionals!
Oh, if you go for a slash, make sure to close the door because this little monster will drink the toilet dry given the opportunity.
Gotcha.
Sorry, I was pointing the dog, not to you lot. Like
You're all hiding in the bathroom, taking drinks out of the toilet, passing a cup around.
Well, that's a horrifying mental image there. I know these people! I can put faces to names! Blade Nora. But no, I was basically just agreeing with you on you could sell story content for Project L. And I was using Echo as the example because what I feel you could do is you could have his story and then you could have a series of skins, like you could have like young Echo, like and you could have
They do that in League. Whenever they have like a big event, they'll do that in League or like some story arc, especially like there's like some really dope story arcs like the Cyber arc and like all this other stuff. Those are all like arcs that they'll do that for. I can see that in Runeterra. They do that when they have like a character or content drop or something like story related. They kind of like weave the set around it. So like I can absolutely see that happening.
sorry, just so John Bacon was adding that their little League lore loving heart can't handle this. Yeah. And the thing is, the lore used to be something to be chortled at, you know, kind of a bit scoffed at. You know, raise your dongers was about as far as I got.
Raise your dongas!
Fuck you, Riot, for that. Sorry, so what I'm referring to is there was one specific PAX, and I think I was either helping out on the show floor or working that particular PAX, where Riot gave out inflatable clacker sticks. You could slap together and they made a ton of noise. But then on the plus side, I have decided that if I ever have to leave the games industry altogether, my little final fuck you is going to be Will-branded Vuvuzela's. I'm just going to hand them out free of charge outside of like fucking E3. Well, not E3, it's dead as a door now. Outside of PAX or Gamescom.
Just like your yelling face on it.
It's going to be my yelling face on the side, and it just is like, so long, fuckers, across the Vuvuzela. Fred said that Graham McNeil being retained by Riot was a pretty big step. To my Riot ignorant self, would you mind explaining that? Because that sounds like it's a pretty important comment. I don't understand. Because I do know one person who works over on the narrative team over at Riot, used to be on Hot Pepper Gaming, who he does an incredible job with like weird, twisty, like Mythos-esque kind of lore. Loves that kind of shit.
Gotcha.
And his Fred says that Graham McNeil is a well-known 40k author. Always comes back to them Space Marines. I'll tell you. Done 40k and heresy novels. I mean, God, there's a universe that's being propped up by its lore. Let me tell you. But I just, like I said, Riot does have the advantage that they already make a squillion dollars.
Mm-hmm.
So they can afford to put forward projects at a loss.
Yeah. And
I feel that if they use that for Project L, then they can make a big dent in the space, especially if it's free to play. Because I know you know this, but just for our lovely audience. So when new fighting games come out by big publishers, there's this thing that happens where the game comes out, and then the publisher will sponsor a bunch of tournaments. You know, they'll put up a big prize pool for their game. Mortal Kombat did it, but a ton other. Killer Instinct was definitely one. God, I'm trying to think of some of the other fighting games that have done it. It also happens in other esports games like shooters and stuff like that. And the interesting thing is seeing how many of those games persist after the publisher stops paying for it. Like, once the pro community realizes that there's no more money to be had in this game, do they just go back to Street Fighter? And the difference with that...
The answer is yes. The answer is yes. That's the plain and simple. I mean, we've seen it with Marvel, we've seen it with DBZ, we've seen it with so many other games. Like, if you're playing those games to be competitive and make money, you have to play one that is going to stay around.
Yeah.
And that tends to usually be like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, any of like the big three. The big three, the three being like the three anime games floating around, depending on which one's out at the time. but at the end of the day, you're going to float back to what has the most consistent base, and that's usually something like the Capcom Pro Tour, or like something that gets roped into Evo and several other tournaments like Combo Breaker.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's not. I mean, unfortunately, it's not worth a pro player's energy to specialize in a niche.
Yeah.
That's just what it is.
As a smaller side, it is always fascinating when companies attempt to do newer iterations of the same series, and it's still the old iterations that people go back to. That's what I always find fascinating.
Yeah.
Marvel vs. Capcom being the best hyperbole example.
MVC2, man.
Yeah, MVC2 is the one everyone wants to go back to.
And then, they'll play... Well, okay, so, like, we're getting MVC2 a lot, but because of, lack of support for hardware and stuff like that, pretty much everybody is moving over to MVC3, and that's where, like, most people stay. Like, because, like, if you're going to go back to one, you go back to one that has the base, everybody plays it. Parsec is amazing for fighting game communities, especially right now, especially having to do everything over the internet, because that's like the only way to play things like Marvel that require a low ping.
Please keep telling these please keep telling these lovely individuals. I'm going to check on the little monster over here. I saw him move.
Yeah, they're coming, absolutely. Yeah, people still grinding MVC2, MVC3, but playing DBZ as their main game. I had a friend that was playing in the tournament that MVC Infinite, Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, had a very short lifespan. But people will stay in there. And that's true. Like, again, when like the Rakami, you got a good point where, like, when a game comes out, it is definitely worth it for a player that has the time to flex into other competitions. But, like, long term, they're probably gonna go, back to something that's standard, something that sticks around. But yeah, it's absolutely worth a player's time in the moment to, if they have the ability. What's up? What's up? Yeah. Are you supposed to be in here? But long-term viability of all these games really depends on the support that they get from the developers, publishers, long-term tournament structure, if it's even something that they plan for. Guilty Gear music is stellar. Guilty Gear music is fantastic. And absolutely, I fully agree with that. Come on. Not in here. Go on, buddy. Yeah, so more non-Capcom games like King of Fighters and Guilty Gear are fantastic non-Capcom games. King of Fighters, they just released a new one, right? Like, maybe like 6 months ago? And like, from what I understand, it was well received, or they had like a beta test for it. The one that I'm really enjoying right now is, of all things, I don't know if anybody else has been playing the Dungeon Fighter fighting game, but it's actually really good. King of Fighters 16 just launched its first DLC pack, themed on Garou Mark of the Wolves. Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, it's just got bad online. Okay, so King of Fighters is kind of handicapped by the fact that it has bad online. Gotcha. And you don't see as large of a tournament scene online. It's got rollback, it's playable, it's just not quite there. That's fair. Yeah, that's true. But
So, if you want to shimmy over, just in case I have to
so,
pop up again.
sometimes fan service keeps the lights on.
It is one of those horrible things of knowing that fan service events, especially in games that have like active customization, ends up doing really well. This is one of the things that I love about being able to talk to yourself and all these lovely mother hubbards is we can acknowledge the realities of it. Sometimes things are good business, even if it makes you go, ugh. But yes, creating a sexy summer swimwear set for your title can end up netting you gangbusters.
I mean, look at what happened with Sexy Ryu. They took his shirt off and threw a beard on him, and everybody went fucking nuts.
Yeah, dad mode. Let's go. Well, he's not quite dad mod. Sorry.
I don't know. Maybe somebody's dad,
You've got a hench
or
fight
maybe
dad.
somebody's daddy.
No. No. On the plus side, if Ryu isn't completely celibate, then he is as bland as they come. And Ken is actually a father. That's canonical. I was going to go as a weird side tangent because there's going to be a Streets of Rage movie. I love the fact in Streets of Rage 4 they've given their lead character a proper dad mod. He's got a gut, he's got a beard.
Hell yeah.
Happy Pie, I choose to ignore that. Although it's going to be interesting to see what they do with Streets of Rage because there's a lot of the context of those games that have changed for me a lot, but that's another story. But no, fighting games are such a strange space, and I think it's a fascinating thing to study,
Yeah.
Because we're not as well versed with fighting games as we are with shooters and things like that in English language territories.
Except they are, in a lot of ways, legitimately laid the groundwork and are the OGs for what we consider esports today.
Control or bingo.
Yes.
It's often... It's fascinating because often the Korean StarCraft scene is pointed out as oh, that's where it happened. But,
I think that's where it really came together. To have structure and meaning, nationally for somebody and then internationally recognize that, this could be a thing. But before that, yes, absolutely. Street Fighter 2. That's one of the first ones,
Yeah. I got into it was a lovely conversation, albeit very drunk, I know, shocking, with a friend of mine about how there's an alternate universe where Nintendo kept the Nintendo Championship going year in, year out, and it morphed into what would become national esports. And I think about that a lot. A lot. Just the idea that it would have laid a groundwork, a foundation for people to come up in the public eye in that space.
Yeah.
Which, places like South Korea and China and they definitely have. Taiwan as well, if I remember correctly, they have a massive esports scene.
Brazil.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's South America's esports scene is wildly huge. They just need somebody to tap into it.
Yeah, if I remember rightly, it's a combination of currency exchange and weird taxing rules that keep them from...
Publishers. I think it's publishers too.
Okay.
It's hard to get people to get interested in the space even though there's so much talent there.
I mean, we're not the first people on the internet to say that, free-to-play games do great in Brazil.
What does he got? What does he got?
Trying to see. I'm just trying to see if he's terrorizing River or if he's just trying to play tug of war. Sorry, bringing it back to
She
dog
wanted
stuff.
a donut.
She wanted a donut. See, the thing is, River doesn't want to play with him. River wants to play with us.
Mm.
That's why River keeps coming and hanging out here, because it's River very much sees it as the people's and then the new arsehole. She's got a lot of only child syndrome. Okay. Now, Fred was saying that trying to become a pro esports player can be a bit sweatshoppy. That is very true. And that's a whole conversation in itself.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just like musing on the idea that if Nintendo had kept the championships going, like at around the time where people were really starting to grow up with video games, would be about the time when like Robot Wars was doing really well in like the US and the UK, and that would have folded into it nicely. There would have been like an awkward late 90s, early 2000s like edgy phase we would have had to have grown through.
Yeah.
But by this point, like games on mainstream media would have been a thing everyone just grew up with. But yeah, someone told me it was one of the many casualties of the Nintendo-Sega war. That while Nintendo did the championships, Sega did the Sega Bus. So Sega did portable experiences that they drove around America and made a huge deal about it. Like the Sega Bus is coming to your town.
Yeah, I remember that.
And
I remember that.
it was a lot cheaper than doing one big event like the championships. And it got them way more coverage. So
Because you're going all over the place, you're not making people come to you.
yeah. And again, because they had like much like Nintendo, they had their own publications and their own setups, so they could create buzz around it. Like you could look at the list and be like, "Oh, when's the Sega Bus coming to my town?" And I actually did get to have a crack at it, and it was a bus with a bunch of Mega Drives in.
Hell yeah!
The only free console I could play was an F1 racing game, and I don't really play racing games.
You did that day.
I fucking did that day, and I was happy about it. I was pleased about it. But God, I do love that we're getting to this point with, especially how YouTube's doing these like long form documentaries, like video essay kind of research documentary hybrids, where people will just sit down and break down small parts of the Nintendo Sega war, and the fact that they still have knock-on effects to this day. One of the big things that killed Sega during that conflict was an internal conflict between like America and Japan, at least according to these documentaries. You know, America wanted to continue capitalizing on the success of the Genesis, the Mega Drive, and Japan wanted to move to. Yeah, okay, River. Japan wanted to move to the Sega Saturn. Or was it the other way round? Was it America? Okay, you know what? I'm not going to misquote. Anyway, TLDR, internal politics made that whole thing a mess. Combined with the fact that the Saturn was an arsehole console to develop for, but then led to the Dreamcast being a great console to develop for, so go figure. Who knows, we may not even have had the Xbox if we hadn't had that whole mess.
Where would we be without Xbox? We certainly wouldn't have Game Pass. The greatest value in gaming.
God, we sound like shills, but it's fucking true.
Until they start paying us. And then we will be shills.
Mr. Microsoft,
but
come on.
It'll still be true.
Yeah. It was the other day when I'm looking at it and being like, alright, so we want to stop playing Sea of Thieves. What can we afford? And like at the time, I couldn't afford to buy a copy for myself and a copy for Fiona. But I can afford $15 a month for us both.
Yeah, or if you're lucky and you're sitting on a trial that you haven't had yet, it's like $1.
Yes, which is actually what we got for Fiona for initially. So it'll be a couple of months before I have to actually like pay $15 there.
And like I don't know why it happens, but after like 5 months they forget and they charge you $1 again.
Oh no!
Oh
Mr.
no!
Microsoft.
Like I don't know what that is. Every time I go back to it, it's always $1.
It's like when your bartender friend only charges you for a light beer. It feels like that. Draconic Dude's playing something on Game Pass right now.
Hell yeah!
I mean, I don't want to get into the Game Pass conversation this afternoon, just because I feel that's a topic we've both covered a lot recently.
The next part of that conversation that I would love to explore is talking to a dev who is able to actually disclose the process and the choices, because that is the most interesting part to me. At the end of all of this, is like how does it affect the developers?
Yeah, well, you saw the article that the Oddworld people put out, right? About how PlayStation Plus fucked them,
and that's why I'm interested in Microsoft's side. Because I've heard nothing but good things. Anyways,
however, they might be in a situation where they can't talk about it if it's bad.
Exactly.
Which would not be great. That would be the opposite of great. That would be bad.
That would be bad. It would be bad and wrong. It would be badong.
Yep. Yeah, the interesting thing is, all I've really seen is the stories of studios who've been bought by Microsoft. And that's a curious story. The way Microsoft acquires studios these days is very different from what they used to be back in the day.
Just back up the dump truck full of money. Boop, boop, boop. Where do you want me to put this?
Stamina on Hades, boss second phase, no death defiance, and the effect that heals HP on hit. Oh, that's that good spice.
Oh yeah.
God, I haven't even tried that out yet. God, Hades is the gift that keeps on giving. Sorry. So, I mean, one of the reasons why I do love talking about like esports and fighting games and things like that is that there's no real solidification to shooters until there's another big breakthrough. Shooters are where they are now. Like, we'll talk about games back and forth. We'll alternate between what other things that people play, but like competitive shooter esports are just there. You know, the Overwatch League eating shit kind of probably set that back a little bit.
Valorant picked it up though. Honestly, I think Valorant really came in and propped it up.
You know what? We won't be able to really compare until the world opens up.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a very good point. Like, Valorant's definitely stepping into that space, and like, I couldn't comment anymore, but I have heard a few people saying that like, as Counter-Strike's become more and more stale, like Valorant's brought a lot of those players through.
Well, and more recently, CS:GO started having some bigger events again. So like, I think we're seeing kind of like a dip and a rise.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's the same for us all, you know. Sorry, that was a nonsense bollocks comment that I just said out loud. It's the same for us all! Yes.
We're all dipping and rising.
I am an esport. Sorry, friends.
Let's take one esport, please.
Or 6 to go.
There we go. We gotta make the donut dating game an esport.
Still. Okay, now it's an esport.
So it would be speed dating then.
I hate it when you're right.
How quick can you cream your donut?
Sir! That is a very different context. God, yeah. I mean, the interesting thing is speedrunning. That's definitely becoming more and more of a spectacle sport.
Yeah, I love it.
I love it. I'm all for it.
Hell yeah, and they're being a lot better to the games too. I think that's important.
Yeah. But it's interesting to see like what's taken off. Sorry, my point on the esports scene for shooters is that we won't see another jump up until something shifts.
Yeah.
Either something that brings shooters way more into like mainstream media. You know.
You think mobile's gonna do it? The adaptation of things like Apex and Rainbow Six and Valorant, they're all going mobile.
I wonder.
Or do you mean like a different shift entirely?
I'm not sure. If I could, I mean, mate, if I could predict it, I'd be like, let's put some money in this.
I get that's true. That's true. If we were sitting here predicting things, that'd be very different.
Because the thing is, I have no visibility on mobile esports stuff outside of English language territories. Here in the English language regions, we don't give a hot fuck about competitive mobile games. We play them, but we don't care to talk about them or to show them or to watch them.
Yeah, but if you look at, outside of the States, things like around Free Fire and things like that are massive, and they do tons of esports events.
Okay, PUBG Mobile, like so much. Sorry, Jafar James. I would also like my shooty gun bang dating game to be an esport as well, please. Shit. See, this is the problem. You order one esport, and then everybody wants one.
Right? I know.
Why don't we just get like 3 esports for the table? God damn it. This is... Everyone says, oh, I don't want esports. And then you get some, and everyone's like, oh, let me just have some of your esports.
It's like my damn fries from McDonald's.
It's
because
exactly
McDonald's
like
fries are the best. Not paid to say that. They just are.
I've had a dark craving for McDonald's fries for some time.
They're good. They're delicious. They fry them in something amazing. I don't know.
It could be people, it could be hopes and dreams. I don't even care.
I think it actually used to be like lard or something. Really good.
I just want to do a fry party, just buy like 10 large fries.
That's a different type of party.
Touche. Sorry, he's moving.
The Chromie says, the reason that HOTS failed was being forced down the next big esport everywhere. Yeah, I think there were a few things that went in with that. I think that
Are we talking about Heroes of the Storm?
yeah, Heroes of the Storm. I think that goodness, one, they didn't support their scene very well. They literally killed their own esports scene for that game. So like, nobody else could have done that to themselves except for Blizzard. On top of the fact that like, I don't think at that specific moment in time, with all of the other MOBAs, and this is my personal thought, with all the other MOBAs that had come out and failed, like DC had a MOBA that came out for a short minute.
Lord of the Rings,
Lord of the
Warhammer.
Rings. Yeah, so a bunch of them had this, but like I think that it wasn't the right time for another MOBA because the two big dogs were fighting it out at the time, Dota and League. And if you weren't Dota and League at the end of the day, you just weren't going to survive because you didn't have the backing. I do think that HOTS, even though it had the Blizzard backing it and all these IPs in it and all this other stuff, they literally just kneecapped themselves.
Yeah. I think what would have been smarter with HOTS is to avoid any kind of like official leagues. Let it be because a lot of people said it was the accessible of the ones. Like, let it be people's entryway, let it build its own momentum, but it did feel like they went, oh, okay, we've got a MOBA now. Esports! I'm like,
Yeah,
whoa!
Exactly.
I just got in this tiny golf cart. I wasn't expecting to be hitting the fucking track right now.
But we also, you know, if we kind of look at what was happening with Blizzard around the time, I'm pretty sure this is the time that they were also probably in the back brewing up the plans, if not putting pen to paper for Overwatch League. So like, I think they were seriously thinking that Blizzard, with World of Warcraft having its tournaments, with HOTS having its tournaments, with StarCraft still being a thing, all of these games would suddenly become the pinnacle esports titles, because Overwatch League was a franchise league. You had to pay millions of dollars to get your fucking team into the league. It was like football.
Yeah.
They were taking it to the moon with this esports
Emphasis on was. But and I guess they were attempting to do that. What I heard was one of the reasons why StarCraft 2 didn't make the same impact that StarCraft 1 did was because of that like licensing. That StarCraft Original and Brood War didn't have the same kind of like licensing agreements.
Jafar Games, are you asking how do we feel about League of Legends making a fighting game?
We feel good.
We covered that very briefly or very extensively, but depending on how you look at where the conversation went, I am hyped, and my personal thoughts on this I've covered a little bit. I think it's literally going to change the landscape of fighting games and competitive esports fighting game events. If it's free to play, which I'm assuming it's going to be, it's going to make a lot of other games really have to look at themselves and see what they are offering for $60, along with the fact that Riot can create such a incredible competitive infrastructure around all of their titles.
Yeah. One of the other things that Fred was pointing out, and I think Warren's pointing to, was how Dota and League were duking it out, right? And then a load of people came into that MOBA space, but they just took the formula wholesale and then tried to reskin it. And I remember seeing that a lot during like the Street Fighter 2 era. A lot of people had a big run-up at trying to make their own version that ended up just being like Street Fighter with additions. Now, obviously it wasn't ruled by two dominant forces in the same manner that MOBAs were, but you'll notice that the ones that actually survived were the ones that did something. They had something to say.
Yeah.
You know, Killer Instinct's combo system was fresh.
Yep.
And combine that with that kind of that rotoscoped 3D style. That was a smart play. Mortal Kombat, brutal, gory, but a very different style of control. And I'm discounting all the 3D fighters because they went in a different direction. They were having to learn how to 3D as at the same time as how to fight. But yeah, in the 2D space, it was only those that really
Clay Fighter,
fucking
that
Clay Fighter,
Primal Rage.
Yeah, but
like, while they
notice
didn't continue,
they stood out, but they stood out visually. Gameplay-wise, it was just Street Fighter with a different skin. No one remembers Rise of the Robots, except for me.
much like nobody's going to remember Rising Thunder, but Project L, Rising from the Ashes of that, essentially.
Yes.
And if nobody's familiar, Rising Thunder was a fighting game, a simple, essentially 1 or 2 button, air quotes, fighting game where like everything was simplified, but the combos were nice and long. So there was a low barrier to entry, high learning curve, kind of like what they're doing with Project L. Riot bought the team that was developing that game, went silent, and then started talking about Project L. So a little backstory on that game.
Yeah. And I feel like to a certain degree, Lockdown has kind of done like a bit of a, I wouldn't call it a board wipe, it's like a boggle shuffle. You know, all the pieces are still there, but we've hit the boggle thing a few times to shake it all up. And it's going to make it interesting. You know, I don't really have too much more to add than that. You know, Evo's kind of continuing to be Evo, but it does feel like it's been a long time since I heard about a big shooty gun bang tournament or a big MOBA tournament or anything like that. You know, because the online space is catering creating directly to Fred. That's right, friends. Yeah. Marketeer Fred is the entire audience of MOBAs. Now, you know what? I was losing momentum there. Like, you can see the car was starting to wobble off the track. Yeah. As a complete aside, one of my favorite video games articles of all time is Ross Kemp a MOBA? Now, that won't translate to anyone outside the United Kingdom, but is Ross Kemp a MOBA? During that phase was where everything was a MOBA. I just, you know what? I think back to it, and it was so amazing how so many companies saw the success of League of Legends and didn't understand why. That it was seen as like the MOBA gold rush. Like, MOBAs were this new genre. Everyone needs to make a MOBA. And no one was like, it's creating an accessible game with a high skill cap with 0 barrier to entry. That's the success.
And then really catering to that community.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
Is a dating sim a MOBA? I mean, ours is going to be, apparently. Just keep stacking stuff. Esports MOBA dating game.
Donut Battle Arena.
Hole in one. It makes more sense. The subtitle didn't work. Now it does. Oh, Fred says, look at live service looter game and Marvel's Avengers.
Marvel's Avengers was a fantastic game with a bad loot system and bad multiplayer support. So there's a game that honestly legitimately died because it did not have community support. Because I played a lot of that game and the end-game content. Don't get me started about the end-game content. I'm not gonna play for 100 hours multiplayer and then have the end-game content be several hours of single player. What the actual fuck is up with that? What is that design choice? You let me spend all this time playing with other people, and the thing that I have to do the most at the end of the game, I have to do by myself. That is ludicrous.
I don't know what you mean. Like, that sounds like a great idea. All this multiplayer experience. Then again, if someone told me that in World of Warcraft, that the end game raids would just be me by myself, I'd be like, so you're telling me that I can work hard to not have to deal with 20 fuckos? Brilliant. Sold. Sign me up. Nameless AIM robot is a great end-game iconic boss. I mean, it's no Marauder Shield, but it's up there.
But like the moment-to-moment gameplay in Avengers, I personally really enjoyed. I felt like all the characters played uniquely. It seemed like they took time to actually dig into the lore, have fun with the outfits, have fun with a lot of the gameplay, like mechanically as far as combat goes. Flying around in that game was incredible. Basically, flying around in that game was second to Anthem. In Anthem, the only good part of that game was literally flying around, in my opinion. So I had a lot of fun with Marvel Avengers moment-to-moment gameplay. And I personally enjoyed the storyline too. I had fun with that. It was hokey comic book stuff, but I enjoyed it. I wanted to play multiplayer with people more often, but the network literally wouldn't connect you with other people for the first like 2 months of the game, so it died on the vine. Not to mention that their content that was planned got stopped because of some unfortunate incident dealing with an actor's untimely passing. So like they couldn't release the content in the window that they wanted to. So the game basically went silent for like a year, which also really didn't help. It was just a bunch of unfortunate circumstances. Final Fantasy 14 had a one-on-one big boss. Oh, I didn't know that. Wild. That's rough.
Sorry.
You need time to take him out soon? For the real romp?
You know, I am very enjoying this conversation, but you know what? I think I might start bringing us to a close, rolling some credits, thanking some peoples. The terror has begun to awaken, and I want to get him. I want to get him out and about.
He's very awake now. We can hear it in the other room.
Also, I don't know how long I have your company for this afternoon. I may see if there's another friend who'll come hang out with me through the chaos hours as well.
Well, I brought a gift. So if you want to get some food and watch a gift.
Okay. But you know what? This has been a great conversation. So, dude, thank you so much for coming and hanging out. Like,
Let's show everybody what we're watching.
okay. So, what glorious monster have you brought for us?
Oh shit! So, has everybody in here watched the Devolver Digital big fancy press conferences? So if you have, that's a good friend of mine. He also has a feature-length film.
And it's called Motivational Growth. I am so down for this. You and I have been meaning to watch this for 1,000 years, so we're finally going to watch it. No, Happy Pie, all of you, thank you so much for the company and for the conversation. While the dogs are being an absolute fucking nightmare today, you all have been a ray of sunshine and banter. See, I would say River is perfect and has no flaws, but she'll wait until he's settled, and then she'll go pick up a squeaky toy, look at me, and then go, squeaky, 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 and he'll be like, oh shit, it's party time.
Hell yeah.
Like I don't spoil River. But no, this has been really, really fucking good, friends. Dude, thank you so much for coming and helping today.
Yeah.
I was a mess before you got over. I may still yet be a mess, but that's another story. That is your phone.
Oh, thank you.
Right. And on that subject, because I didn't play it earlier and it's been in my head. So you're
No worries, Fred. Anytime.
There we go. Gotta get some proper credits music's going. None of this chill tendo bollocks. Right. So yeah, friends, thank you so much for coming, for hanging out, for chatting. We've had so many people in today. It's been bloody marvellous. And I would specifically like to thank the following people for their actions that might keep me yet alive. River, out of here. Chaos is beginning already. Fuck me running. No wonder why I drink. Okay, so to all of you that have thrown bits in, it is literally the only thing, well, bits and donations are the only thing keeping me alive, so fucking thank you. To Firestrager, to Andorf, Asari, Greenfire and Crux, Bacon Avenger and Steppagen and Vanderbeast and Favor 6, Fearless Sun, the League of Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheers, Wolfgrad and Sir John Bacon, feckin' thank you. That
This keeps me alive, so I'm very grateful. To Moose, but also Caffeine, Lizzie Bow, and Tull, thank you for being excellent mods. To Game Itch and JK Ship, cheers for following, and I hope we get to hang out some more. And to Chronofire, Secretly Robin, Echo the Space Hippie, Cult Leader 69, fuck you guys! Jafar James, Wallasaurus, the Stammering Gamer, and Marketeer Fred. Which of you bastards was that? I want names! But regardless, you put actual cash money behind this, even if just to fuck with me. But no, friends, seriously, thank you so much. This is the only thing. This operation here is what keeps this house going. So yeah, I don't think I can say enough thank yous. Okay, and to that end, let's see who's going. This is very much a, you don't got to go home, but you can't stay here. My friends keep playing Elden Ring. I want to see it. Alright, so we've got... Okay, so we've got 3 potentials. Let me just survive their adverts. God, I miss Twitch Turbo. No adverts site-wide? Sign me the fuck up.
Still a thing.
Is it? I thought they got rid of it.
I have it. I will never not pay for that.
Fucking
$10.
worth it.
I'll send you a link.
You know what? Please do. Because it's the
$10 I've ever spent.
having to stall while someone sells me petrol. I don't have a fucking car.
Maybe you should have a car so you can buy some gas.
Oh god. Oh, supposedly Gearbox bought somebody else today, like Perfect World or something, that are now Gearbox publishing.
Huh.
Oh god, you can hear the fucking Chaos Hour is starting. Fuck me running.
Well, this is the only nerd playing something.
Yup. And it's certainly, I love the layout.
I dig it.
Alright, so friends, I'm going to pass you over to Shrimp OS. Although it's Shrimp 0S, just to fuck with my spelling. Who is currently playing some GTFO. We've talked a lot about GTFO recently, so if you want to get a sense for what that game is and what it's about, stick around, give us a watch, ask Shrimp a few questions. Sadly, I will have to raid and run, so please, if one of you could apologise to Shrimp for me, just tell him the chaos of the dogs has begun. And it's begun several hours early tonight. Yay!
Maybe they'll end several hours early tonight.
I am only going to make it through this week thanks to all of you lot. If it was just me by myself, I would have taken the world's most electrifying bath bomb with me. Just peaced out. Okay. So, friends, love to you all. I hope you have an excellent rest of your day. If you do blep at me on Discord or whatever, I'm so sorry if I don't respond. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. And again, dude, this was freaking great.
Hell yeah, we're doing our best.
We basically took all the conversations we usually have spread out over a month and just condensed it into 5 hours.
Might have been good for some people, might have been bad for some people. Either way, here we go.
What I might do in the announcements is be like, this was what we intended for the week, and this is what we actually did.
Air horn sounds.
Air horn sounds. We played 2 video games. God, fuck knows how I'm going to do Sea of Thieves tomorrow. Sorry, I'm just whinging at you
You're
all
gonna
now.
boot it up and you're gonna play it, damn it. What do you think you're gonna do?
Just do a fat line of pirates on the desk. There we go. Ever since I made the snorting champagne joke, it's just been haunting me. Right, friends. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Please give my best to Shrimp. And I will see you tomorrow. Please, please, please keep an eye on the Discord, because when we actually get started and what happens may be very different than previously advertised. So, to be continued, friends. To be continued.
I mean, it'd be fine if they weren't doing like brand new content in Sea of Thieves, and then I'd be like, oh, I guess we'll do Sea of
I've been
Thieves.
holding this position for so long now.
All right, you lot, get out of here. To be continued, friends.